We got to get the
Thank
Zoom
you.
going.
Awesome. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Our committee has a quorum present, and we're assembled electronically today for the purposes of working several bills that are before this committee. Before we kick off the agenda, we'll begin with committee introductions, and we'll start with the House Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. This is not the Transportation Committee. It is VLA. My name is Representative Chris Chiazzo. I represent House District 28, beautiful West Scarborough. The NOAA weather report for the day is overcast, cloudy, and a bit of a chill.
Okay, Senator Farron.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a great weekend. I'm Senator Brad Farron from Norwich Walk, representing the fine folks of Somerset County in the town of Rome and Kennebec County. We're going to talk about marijuana today.
Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Great. Representative Dolph.
Oh, good morning. Representative Joe Sandella from District 115 in the Western Mountains. And my towns include Roxbury, Romford, Milton Township, Woodstock, and Bryant's Pond. And I got the same weather report, Representative Chiazzo.
Representative Tuttle.
John Tuttle, District 18, Sanford, Mr. Chair.
Great.
It's sunny in Sanford.
Oh, nice. Representative McCrate.
Good morning. I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Okay, and Representative Supika.
Good morning. I'm Laura Supika, and I represent District 126, which is a portion of Bangor.
Great. And my name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate. Before we get started with the work sessions this morning, we'll go over a few of the guidelines on electronic committee meetings. So just a reminder to everybody that this meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. So that means that anyone who's a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. We have people in the attendees list of the Zoom meeting. If people in the attendees list won't be seen or heard unless they're called upon to speak. And if you are brought into the meeting, just as a note, it'll take a second for you to be upgraded into the panel. It may look like you're being dropped for a second, but if you're patient, you'll pop into the meeting and then you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on. For the bills before us today, we've already held the public hearings. So we'll be holding work sessions today, which is a time for the committee members to deliberate on the bills. As always, this meeting is being live streamed on the legislature's website. And for those who have submitted written testimony, your testimony is available publicly on the legislature's website as well. Regarding the Zoom chat function, just a reminder to people that that is for technical assistance only. It's not a place for debate, discussion, or any substantive work. Okay, so we have a number of bills on our agenda today. Let's see. So we have, I'll just go down the list so people listening in will know we've got on the agenda today, we've got LD 881, LD 605, LD 613, 1029, 882, 301, and 353. So those are the 7 bills it looks like that we have on our list. We've also had a few information requests, which if you've checked your email, Sam has sent a bunch of documents, including the bill analyses as well as information requests that the committee made at our previous public hearings. So I guess, Sam, if you want, would you want to talk about just the documents that you sent us so people know that they're in there? If that works.
Yeah, no problem. So just let me
pull up the list, so I'm not trying to go off memory.
Yeah.
All right. So as Senator Lucchini mentioned, all the bill analyses for the bills that this committee is working today should be in that email. I did not prepare a bill analysis for LD 613, which was a concept draft, and I had not received language for that, so I didn't have anything to write about. But if there is language, please somebody forward it to me. And in addition, I've put together some of the documents are relevant to info requests to OMP, and some of them are documents that I put together hoping they would be helpful for the committee. So one of them is a side-by-side of both the definition sections in Title 28B and Title 22 for marijuana, just so the committee has a quick reference point if you want to see how things are either defined similarly in either statute, or if you're trying to, it could be helpful to understand what some of these bills do, and I will try to point you there in instances where it will be relevant. I've also attached some quick bullet points about how pesticide usage for marijuana works in Maine, and some excerpts from the adult use rules, including the tracking rules and the mandatory testing rules. There's a table of pesticides provided by OMP, and they may be able to speak more to helping you understand how to look at that table. And then I also provided definitions and some information on violations from OMP. And I believe that was everything. I did receive a lot of information for these bills, so if there's something that I missed in including in that email, let me know, and I will try to get it to you as soon as possible.
Great. Thanks, Sam. I think in that email, just so everybody knows, there's a lot of great resources that we can use as we kind of work our way through these bills. Some of the bills this morning are fairly technical, and then some are, much more detailed and in depth. But I guess given that we have LD 613, as Sam referenced, is a concept draft, and we never received language. It was pretty much just a placeholder in case it was needed. We could, if people are willing, we can start with that with LD 613 and then just dispose of it and then move through some of the bills. Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the late session we're at and the number of marijuana bills that we have and having a concept draft at this point with no language, I'd make a motion that we ought not to pass on LD 613.
Second.
Okay.
Third.
So motion of ought not to pass by Senator Farren, seconded by Representative Kinney, thirded by Representative Tuttle. And I agree with Senator Farren. I think if we need vehicles now, we've got about 15, so we can go through it. So any discussion on LD 613? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought not to pass. We'll proceed to a roll call. If you're ready, Darlene, please.
Yep. Senator Lucchini?
Yes.
Senator Hickman is absent. Senator Farren?
Yes.
Representative Ciazzo?
Yes.
Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative Tuttle?
Yes.
Representative Riley? I don't see. Representative Supika?
Yes.
Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Kinney?
Yes.
Representative Harrington? Absent. Representative Corey is absent. And Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Thank you. 9 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative,
Great.
4 absent.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if we keep this pace up, that would be a good Monday.
I think we may have just hit a wall, though.
Okay.
Yeah, and I feel bad. I forgot to introduce our committee clerk this morning. So we have Darlene Simino filling in today. Thank you, Darlene. I know it's tricky to move committee to committee to know everybody's names. And of course,
Yeah, though, I'm getting to know you guys well.
awesome. Yeah, you spent a long day with us the other day.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
I didn't officially introduce, we have Sam Prower here today with us from OPLA. So great. Okay, so that kind of takes care of LD 613. We have the department here. I know there are actually, Darlene, if you could make me a co-host, that would be great too, please.
Yeah.
So we have the department here. There had been requests for information at the previous hearing to have the compliance folks come in and just share a little bit of information with us. So we're trying to accommodate all the committee's information requests. So I think at this time, it may be helpful to bring in the department, and they can kind of walk us through at least one of the spreadsheets that they've offered to the committee through Sam's email there were a lot of questions around compliance and violations. So Director Gunderson, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. I believe the request was made to speak with Vern Malik, our Director of Compliance, around the administrative tool bills. I don't have, what was the LD number?
For
882, I think.
882. So we have Director Malik here today to speak to that. Some of the materials that we supplied you with were some of the data that I think the committee was looking for. There's a spreadsheet that speaks to both our inspection program and what we're finding in the field via our compliance team and our inspections, but there's also a spreadsheet there that outlines all of the details and data around the complaints that we do receive from a number of different individuals, agencies, municipalities. And I believe that outlines both the complaints that we get via or for our medical program, but also our adult use program. So if there's any questions around that and how that can connect to LD 882 and the administrative tools that we're looking for, please feel free to ask those questions. But we do have Director Malik here to speak to our compliance efforts, our underlying philosophies, and really what we're attempting to do with 882 as far as ensuring compliance equally in both programs. So I will bring Director of Compliance Vern Malik up.
Okay, and Representative Supika, did you have a question? Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering which documents you were referring to, Director Gunderson, just then, so that I can look at them. You mentioned spreadsheets. Were they in the email?
So, I apologize. I missed those ones in my initial email, so I just sent them to you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah, and I think we had questions related to 882, but I think just general questions as well, which we wanted to give the committee a chance to speak with compliance as well. So, and Sam, you said you just sent another email around. Okay.
Correct.
With some data as well. So I guess welcome, Mr. Malik. Is that how you pronounce your last name?
Yes, it's Vern Malik.
Vern Malik. And can you state your position for us?
Sure. Right now, I'm the Deputy Director in charge of licensing and compliance.
Great, thanks.
All right, Director Malik, could you spell your last name, please? I'll change your name at the bottom just so everybody can see who you are. And you're not Director Gunderson today.
Sure. It's MALLOCH.
Thank you, sir.
Great. I guess Deputy Malik, if you can just kind of walk us through, I guess, your basic compliance philosophy and how it's working out, just to give us a little bit of background. I know that the committee had requested that, so if you have a brief overview, that would be great.
Sure, absolutely. So here at OMP, we have a philosophy that says compliance, everyday enforcement as needed. And we view the compliance division as a group of field investigators whose primary mission is to educate caregivers and educate the adult use licensees on what the rules are and how they can best be compliant and operate within the rules. And we also place a priority on issues that affect public health and life safety. So that's the basic footprint that we operate under. And I think, when we start to go through some of the data that's been presented to you, I can walk you through and show you how that works and how it's actually plays out a little bit further. We have, one of the things that you'll see is that there's a very high rate of compliance in the medical field, medical marijuana field. We do inspections, and part of the way we approach inspections is because we want people to be successful. We want caregivers to succeed and be compliant. So inspections are not surprises. Folks get contacted ahead of time. We schedule it at a time that's mutually convenient for everybody. And we send them a letter ahead of time detailing the things that we're going to want to look at and discuss so that they can be prepared, and everybody knows ahead of time what we're going to be looking for. It's something that prior to the existence of OMP didn't happen. Flatly, there were no inspections. There were only investigations of complaints. But once OMP was established, we hired staff, and we were able to begin these proactive inspections that are helping to guide us and help guide the industry. And I have to tell you, that's a program that's been really well received. I have actually had caregivers call me and say, hey, my buddy's a caregiver and he just had an inspection and he said it was really helpful and that you guys were great. You told him what he needed to do. You answered a lot of questions that he had and that I've had for years and never been able to get an answer to. How can I get one of those inspections? Which for me, when I first heard that, I thought, wow, this is really interesting because, not to disparage anybody in any other governmental agencies, but I bet the IRS doesn't get anybody calling up and asking for an audit. But that's just to show the position that we have and how we're applying the philosophy of OMP in the field every day in how we operate. So that's important to know, because you're going to look through, and most of the work that you're going to see has been done on the medical caregiver front, and that's by nature of the number of caregivers that we have, and that the adult market is just coming online. So I don't want you to think we've inspected 1,296 caregivers and almost no adult licensees. Well, it's because there haven't been any adult licensees. We're continuing to work in both areas, but the vast majority of our work is still in the medical field. Now, having said that, you're going to see in there compliance rates associated with inspections. The data, like all data, can get a little bit wonky, and I just want to make some explanations for you on that. So data on inspections. There are about 860 or so of the inspections that we have very granular data on. And that's what you see broken down in your spreadsheet when it shows like, fencing, 67% compliant. We have that granular data on, like I said, about 860 of the inspections we did. And the reason we don't have it on the others is simply because we didn't have a software tool that allowed us to collect that. We have that tool now, so we're able to get much more granular in that.
So, Mr. Malik, which spreadsheet are you referencing at the moment?
There it is.
We got two from you.
Yeah.
Representative McCray also. Yeah.
I just have the same question, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at inspection overview, but now I see it. If you click on inspection violation details, that's.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm seeing it now. But I'm wondering, is this posted? A question for Sam, is this posted publicly as well? And if not, can it be?
It certainly can be. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Sure.
We have other people in our office do the postings, and
okay.
We'll make sure it's put up on the committee's electronic LD page as soon as we can.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, we'll make sure this all gets posted. Sam, are you able to screen share one of these spreadsheets, or?
Absolutely.
This one looks like it's the compliance MMP work session request, data request.
Here.
Oh, actually, they both have that title, it looks like.
One of them, yeah, one of them says inspections at the end of it. And
Mr. Malik, do you want to start with the inspections one? Is that what you were referencing prior?
There's I don't know which ones you have, so if you could bring one up and then look at the tabs across the bottom.
All right. Yeah, I'll pull one up and we'll start there.
Yeah, it might be helpful just to see which points you're referencing, Mr. Malik. But I do appreciate you putting this all together based on the information requests at our previous hearing.
All right, can everybody see that?
Yep.
Yep, okay, sorry. Yeah, so this is the inspections related spreadsheet, and at the bottom, we have different tabs. So this first page is an inspections overview. Second tab is the inspection summary. And then the third is violation details. And if you would like me to pull up the other one, I can do that as well.
Okay, maybe we can start with this one, Sam, I think, and see if Mr. Malik just wants to explain. I think you were referencing this earlier. Is this the one, Mr. Malik, you were talking about specific violations?
That's correct. That's correct. So when we look at this particular tab on the spreadsheet, you'll see that there's generally pretty high compliance rates throughout. And I'll remind you of something I said earlier, which is that these inspections are all scheduled ahead of time, and folks know exactly what we're going to be looking at and what they need to prepare ahead of time. So we hope to see very high rates here. And for the most part, that's exactly what we see. The data does point out some areas of concern, though. One of them in particular, if you scroll down a little bit further, you'll see something about packaging and labeling. And that comes in, there it is right there. Comes in at 81% compliance for packaging and labeling. That's a concern to me. I'm not satisfied with 80% compliance in an area that directly impacts public health and public safety. So that's an area that we know we need to work more on with caregivers to get them into compliance.
Director Malik, I think we have a question. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Malik. I guess my question is when you're showing a compliance rate of 81%, does that mean that the remainder resulted in a violation or a fine, or just a ruling of non-compliance?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I can tell you that none of them were subject to a fine because we don't have the ability to fine people right now. So all of these would have resulted in technical assistance being provided to the caregiver, where we explain to them what's actually needed, why the packaging that they're using isn't compliant, and how they need to get into compliance. And we also verify before we close the inspection that they actually have taken those steps and put safety measures in place. No one's been revoked as a result of this. And, you know, that's part of the problem that we face, is that, you know, we could go back 6 months from now and find the same violation. And our options are either to provide technical assistance again and try to figure out how we can help them get back into compliance, or else we have to revoke them and essentially ban them from the program for a full year at a minimum. And that's part of the reason why we're looking for the ability to fine. Not that we ever intend on using it significantly, but we want to have that enforcement tool as an option to us that we currently don't have. And it's one of those things where if there's no threat of enforcement, you're less likely to have voluntary compliance. And right now we're in a situation where caregivers on the schedule that we're on, they're likely to be inspected about every 3 years. Probably less once the adult market gets fully up to speed. And our our tasks shift over to that area as well. So without that ability to fine for repeat violations, I think we're going to have a much lower compliance rate. But I want to stress that that doesn't change our enforcement philosophy of compliance first. Education is always the first goal of the program to get us there. So no, none of these people were fined.
Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean that, well, I should say, what would you say the percentages of, I would guess, repeat offenders, right? Is it usually just an initial caregiver not understanding necessarily maybe the nuances of the requirement and it's corrected and then moved on? Or do you tend to see I guess I would ask, what percentage of caregivers could you estimate that are repeat offenders that would probably result in a fine if that were in place?
I can tell you that the vast majority of caregivers are compliant and corrective action works after the first instance. It's exactly the way any regulatory scheme should work, right? As soon as people understand the rules, they follow them. And that's the only way it works, is if the majority of people are compliant. I can't give you a specific percentage, but I can tell you that there's a regular handful of caregivers that we know, that the field investigators know, that we deal with on an ongoing basis. And that, you know, a year ago, we may have inspected them and we found that their food license was expired. And we go back and it's expired again. You know, we see that over and over again with that handful of caregivers. And it's to the point, it's just one of those things where we as an office haven't been comfortable in saying revocate for those things, but we do wish we had the ability to send a stronger message than repeatedly warning them.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director. And I'll just remind people that the chat function is only for technical assistance with your with the technology stuff, not for substantive discussion. And we will, as always, make these documents public. It's just not instantaneous. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Malik, you mentioned that right now, sort of on average, a medical caregiver would get inspected about every 3 years. And I just wonder, if they have a violation, do you try to get back to them sooner than 3 years? You know, do you up the time?
We do. We have the ability to, and what we generally do is let me back up. Let me just point out one thing again. So we don't close the inspection until the caregiver is fully compliant. So we know that at the point that this inspection ended, they were totally compliant. So we've got that going in our favor. If it's a situation where we had a caregiver that had multiple violations and serious violations, but we didn't want to revoke, then yes, we do try to revisit them in the next 6, 9, 12 months so that we can make sure that they don't have any other questions and that they're still able to maintain compliance.
So within a year, probably you would go back just to make sure everything's still okay.
I'd have to qualify that and say that's my hope and that's our intention.
Yeah.
But we're an agency, so
Right.
you know, we're, like I said, we only just began doing inspections about a year ago, so we're coming back around on that now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. If we want to get back into the data a little bit, you know, I can point out one thing that may cause a question from you all is compliance with scales. It's on here. I think it's a little further up. It's about 31% compliance with scales. And I can tell you the reason that, what that means is that because of the deli style service that medical caregivers provide, where, you know, you go in and they pick out some product out of a jar, weigh it, package it on scene for you and sell it. Those scales have to be sealed and certified by the Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures. And it's not a point that was ever inspected before. It's not something that's in our rule. It's in another agency's, it's in statute, but it definitely impacts marijuana customers or patients. So we began it as an inspection point. It's not something we take administrative action against, but we do require them to get compliant scales. So what we found initially was that virtually no one had a scale that was in compliance. By working with the Department of Agriculture, folks have, in some instances, had to upgrade their scales. In other instances, their existing scales were able to be certified. This is something that, while it protects consumers, it also protects the caregivers, because there's a scale could be low or high in either party's favor. So that's one we have a very low compliance rate on. We're aware of that. It's a new inspection point. We expect to see that, and we're working to educate folks about it now. Another one that's particularly concerning to us here at OMP is you'll see about a 73.4% compliance with Maine Revenue Service registrations. And essentially what that is that when we do an inspection on a caregiver, if they're engaged in any kind of sales, we ask them for their Maine Revenue Retail Sales Certificate number. And what we find is that over 25% of them don't have a number. And we also find that many of them that do have a number just obtained it because it's on the list of things we tell them that we're looking for. So that's a little disconcerting. We're seeing caregivers who've been in the program for many, many years who have paid no sales tax. Those cases are referred to Maine Revenue. And we also make sure, like I said, that people have a number and they're in compliance, but we also do forward those along to Maine Revenue for their knowledge in case there's any action that they need to take. But that's a pretty low compliance rate in a pretty important area. Another area that we see is generally lower than it really should be has to do with it. I'm categorizing them generally as records area, patient logs, retention of records, and records for transfers of product, either wholesale or retail transfers. And we're looking at anywhere between 83 and 93% compliance in those areas, which is something we definitely want to improve. It's very, very difficult for us to know exactly what's going on in the industry because we don't have plant tracking. We don't have any sort of seed to sale tracking on there. So we're left to rely on the records that caregivers are supposed to be keeping. And what we're finding, like I said, is that, as many as 17% don't keep adequate patient logs for who they're selling and what they're selling to that person. And they're also not retaining records for the 7-year period they're supposed to. And they're not retaining records in at least 7% of the cases that we looked at. They're not retaining any wholesale records for products that they're selling in bulk to other caregivers or dispensaries. This is one of the reasons why track and trace would really help benefit the program. It would automate a lot of
So Director Malik, we have another question. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Director Malik, I'm looking at the number of inspections, and I think the highest count I saw was 608. And I keep hearing this number that there's 3,500 caregivers in the state of Maine. Can you help me understand how, I know with limited resources, you're scaling up the department and everything, but how are you establishing which groups to inspect and in what frequency?
Sure, that's a great question. When we first began inspections, we set a priority where we wanted to get out and inspect the retail storefronts that have the most presence, if you will, out there and who are probably serving the highest number of patients. So that was our first priority. Then we began to focus on caregivers who are at the higher end of the plant counts because everyone's licensed by plant count. So we looked at canopy growers and we looked at 30 mature plant growers as our next step for inspections. What we found though was that when we started to look at other caregivers, say a caregiver who was only at the lowest level, like a 6-12 caregiver, 6 mature plants, 12 immature plants. When we started to inspect some of those folks, we found that they were very, very busy because they were still engaged in sales, only they were buying everything wholesale, which is perfectly fine. It's compliant with the program, but it didn't necessarily help us focus our inspections in a meaningful way. And that's another thing that we just simply don't know what folks are doing out there based solely on plant count. But that's been our strategy as far as targeting who to start with.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director, for the overview of this chart. Did you have more to add, or or were there any other questions on this one? We can go to the other as well if you'd like.
I'm fine. I don't have anything else to really point out, but I'm happy to take questions if anyone has them.
Okay. Yeah. Any questions from the committee on these? I know these were just provided from OMP, so we'll take some time to look at it. Okay. Seeing none, maybe Sam, if you can take this one down and move over to the other sheet, and Director can give us an overview of how the other data request works. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick question before we move off the compliance sheet. Is your office tracking any medical complaints at all, or are you dovetailing with, let's say, ER reports of overdoses or mislabeled products or anything like that? Are you guys dovetailing with any of those HHS departments or ERs or anything like that to identify potential challenges on the enforcement side?
In some instances, we'll get notified by an emergency room about an overdose that they feel should be brought to our attention. There have been a couple of them that have involved minors, and a couple of them that, like 2 came in within a couple of hours of one another at one hospital emergency room. They thought that was suspicious and were concerned maybe this is a sign of a broader issue they wanted to bring to our attention immediately. But most of those numbers that we collect are a little dated. It's rare that we get sort of real-time notification about those, but we have in the past, and we do make every effort we can to investigate. I will tell you, we've not been very successful in that, because usually patients don't want to talk to us afterwards. We have reached out, but folks are just not generally willing to follow up with us.
Okay.
Right, and I think Chairman Chiazzo's question about complaints kind of dovetails with this next chart, because you give us a pretty detailed overview of the complaints that you've received. So, right. So Deputy, if you can kind of walk us through this, and for committee members, again, that's in the email, and those we have several tabs to look at, so it's more than one sheet within the document. So
yeah. So on this first tab, you'll see that the first column says medical marijuana use program complaints. So the total complaints that we investigated in 2020 were 253, and year to date we've had 43 complaints. And just by way of sort of definition, a complaint is may generate an inspection also. If it's somebody we haven't inspected, then while we're there, we're going to conduct that. But for the most part, a complaint is somebody calling us, emailing us, and making a specific allegation of a concern that they have, and that results in a complaint versus an inspection. So our process for addressing complaints is, depending upon the nature of the complaint, we may just show up to investigate a complaint. We may not reach out ahead of time, schedule something, and talk about it earlier. We may want to, for investigative reasons, just appear and want to talk to people right away. Some of those is because we have to put a priority on them. The next section below that one is the complaint source. So if you look through, you'll see that near the bottom, it says other agency, that says 119. Other agency is actually OMP. We are the other agency. It's a function of the licensing software. There isn't an OMP option for self-generated complaints, but that's the way those come. And there's quite a lot of overlap actually between anonymous and OMP complaints. Many times, if somebody wants to remain anonymous, I will tell the secretary, just make OMP the complainant on it. And we do that in a lot of instances because people want to come to us, they want to tell us what their concern is, but they readily say, if you tell them this, they're going to know it came from me. So rather than even saying it's anonymous, we'll say it's generated by OMP. And that's strictly to protect the anonymity of people that do want to come to us, because we recognize that we don't want to develop a reputation of sort of outing complainants and making life difficult for them.
Right. Deputy, we have a question from Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Director Malik, can you tell us the type of complaints you get from law enforcement agencies?
Yeah, a lot of times the law enforcement agency complaints that come in are around things like, we have concerns that this particular person has way too many plans. An officer was there on a call, or the code enforcement officer was there to do an inspection and said that there are hundreds of plants growing there. So that's a fairly common example that we get from law enforcement. Sometimes the law enforcement agency is sort of dovetailing with the town, and they may be bringing a complaint forward that says, listen, our town is concerned that this caregiver has a retail store and we didn't opt in for retail stores for caregivers or something like that. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Great.
The next.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to go to the next tab, or?
I was just going to point out the other columns are reflective of the adult use marijuana program. And you'll see that in the adult use program, OMP is the complainant in those instances. There's far fewer of them, but that's because the program is new and there's so few actors involved in it at this point. And it's also a function of the difference between how we license the two programs. So in the medical world, there's a one-page application that essentially you fill in the blanks and you get your medical card. In the adult use program, the application process is more detailed and we collect a lot more information ahead of time so that we're seeing higher compliance rates, because it's very clear to folks even before they throw the switch and open the door what needs to be done to be compliant. So I think the difference between the two programs, and that's really a reflection on the maturity of the adult use program versus the medical program, and how it's just lagging behind.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy Director Malik. Could you talk a little bit about in the medical program, the privacy, they mentioned the patient logs, and how do we maintain patient privacy? Sure,
that's a great question. So OMP has no idea who holds a medical certification, who the patients are. The process that we engage in for that is that folks who are caregivers, are medical providers, whether they be an MD, a DO, a nurse practitioner, whoever they are, they obtain blank forms from us that they fill out. It's sort of like a prescription pad, if you will, electronically filled out. We don't ever collect that data. The only thing I can tell you by the number on the card is who the medical provider is that we gave that piece of paper to. Other than that, we have no patient information at all. And there is, confidentiality for patients. but there isn't confidentiality between sort of OMP's field investigators and the caregivers. The caregivers still have to be able to demonstrate to us that all of their sales are to certified patients, right? So the patient transaction log information includes, you know, an identifier that they have or that patient card number, whatever they choose, as long as they have something that tracks who that patient is. And they maintain those records and that information. And that's what they have to be able to show to us. And you know, that's critical to ensuring compliance with the program to make sure that the product isn't diverted out and isn't being sold to non-patients.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, yep.
Thank you very much. So if I'm understanding, the logs that you're checking from caregivers have some way of showing you it's a person who's certified in some way, but not the name of that person. Is that right?
That's the minimum that's required. Many caregivers actually have records that do track that. They can tell you that, you know, Vern Malik is a patient. These are the sales that I've made to him. This is when his patient card expires. And they can print out everything that I have. You know, and a lot of those stores, if you will, or those caregivers track that information, not only to show compliance with the program, but also we hear from them that part of the reason that's helpful for them is so that if I come back in a month from now and I say, you know, that thing I bought last time was really helpful, but I don't remember what it was. They can look it up and say, oh, this is what we sold you last time. I'm glad it worked for you. We can give you some more. That kind of information. Or me saying, hey, whatever you gave me last time didn't work at all. And then they can go back in and take a look at that and see if there's a better option to help address my medical needs.
But my question is, does OMP get those records by name?
We have the ability to inspect those records. We don't collect those records.
Okay.
So there's
Great.
nowhere in any of our files that we would have patient records like that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies, Director Malik, for all the questions. I'm new to this year, so I'm really trying to get a grasp on how this works. So it sounds like, if I understand it correctly, the log is it a requirement of medical providers, or is it just a good business practice that they're following?
There is a requirement for a log. The requirement, we actually, on our website, we have a sample patient log. If folks want to use that, they're free to use it. Now that log contains the minimum amount of information that a caregiver is required to collect. But what it actually, what they actually do may go beyond that. But there's a minimum that's a pretty low bar.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the log is self-directed. I guess what I'm looking at is, I was in a merchant marine and we had logbooks. And if the midnight watch was lazy and fell asleep and missed the 2 o'clock rotation, he'd just fill in the numbers and catch it on the next hour. I'm trying to get into the importance of maybe track and trace. Does keeping a log like that have a greater potential for I guess fraudulent recording? And I'm not suggesting that everybody's doing that. I'm just saying the potential is there for a separate off the books type of transaction, or is the structure right now as it is robust enough to ensure that everything is accounted for? When you go back and do your audits, you know they grew X amount of plant and they sold X amount of product and there's no discrepancy.
Right. So that's a great question and a great observation. And the answer is no, it's not adequate. It's not even nearly adequate. So under the current scheme that we operate under, we have no idea how much marijuana a caregiver grows or harvests or how much they buy wholesale. And we only know how much they sell based on what they disclose to us in the logs. And we know from other complaints that we've had, mostly caregiver assistants, employees that have left, will call us and say, you need to go in, you need to watch them because half the stuff doesn't get written down. And, you know, there's two sets of books, you know, and there's the ones that are for patients, and then there's the ones for people that don't have patient cards. You know, we've had complaints where people have said, if somebody comes in and they have a VIP card, that means I'm not supposed to ask them for their patient card because they don't really have one, but they have a VIP card, and those sales don't get recorded in this log. So we know that that's not happening. And we know that there's also no way with the existing tools that we have for us to ever track that or enforce that. It's impossible.
Can you tell me what a VIP card is and who issues that?
Well, it's one sales mechanism for, you know, for a couple of different stores we've heard of where, you know, they might have a discount program or something like that. And this particular store, their VIP card didn't signify a regular customer. It signified a customer who doesn't have a medical card and don't ask for one. And the owner would give those out, is what we were told. You know, we've heard that scheme a couple of different times.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Representative Corey, did you have a question or?
Representative Chiazzo just asked my question.
Great. Okay. Thanks. Okay, Deputy Malik, would you like to go to the next slide, or are you finished with this one?
Yeah, I'm good with this one. We can move to the next slide if you'd like.
However, you best want to present the data that you brought us. This is helpful.
Sure. The next slide then, the allegations.
Oh, go to another one.
Yeah, the next tab on this form is complaint allegations.
Okay, yep, I think we're on that, yeah.
Right. So this gives you an idea of, if you look at the column on the right, just a broad brush stroke of what the complaints are that we get. And you'll see that there's a lot of others in here. You know, other is 53, other CGI/E is 25. And unfortunately, this is a reflection of the database that we have for this program, right? So right now, we're still jamming complaint information into the licensing program database, which was never intended to be a compliance tool. So we have another avenue available to us. We're actively working now to build that out so that it'll be more helpful in the future. But there's a lot of others that are listed in here, and I'd have to drill down individually into each and every single one of those to get the information to you. But you can see, you know, just from a quick list of what those are. I mean, there's like municipal says 9. Those are likely complaints from municipalities about unlicensed activities, whether it be stores or manufacturing that they hadn't approved of. You know, failure to notify is one that has 8 listed. I can tell you that those 8 are essentially burglaries or robberies of caregivers that weren't reported to OMP. Some weren't reported to the police, but we heard about through community members. And some were reported to the police, and the police reached out to us. But there's a requirement that folks notify us within 24 hours, and that wasn't happening.
Right. Sorry, Deputy. We've got a question. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very simple. I'm just not good with the acronyms. CGI/E. What does that stand for?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. And you would never figure it out. So CGI is actually the old designation in the system for when a caregiver had to register 5 patients in order to have the 30 plants. So they'd have to have a CGI. They'd have 5 CGIs under them for each one. And the /E means assistant. So so it's either from a patient, a person who's a patient of theirs, or an assistant to them.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on this slide? Okay, I guess if we can move to the next.
Yeah, the next tab, is that what you'd like?
Sure, yeah, if that works for you. Yeah.
Can
Sure.
everybody see it?
It hasn't refreshed yet if you hit the allegations tab.
On mine, I can see the allegations list with 2020 case year, case IDs, allegation group, and then allegation.
Right. So this is a much longer spreadsheet that that tells you in a little bit different detail. Like the first few that you'll see are not registered. So these are caregivers who either were not registered in the program at all or who had expired but were still engaged in activities. Next level complaints would have been around security, which would typically be fencing because it's really the only security requirement that there is. You know, customer service, that's kind of an odd one. And I remember it, and it had to do with a caregiver getting into an argument with a patient and threatening him. And there was a concern by the patient that it would make social media and he'd be revealed in violation of his confidentiality. So, you know, some weird ones like that.
Okay. Yeah.
You'll see there's only one in here for pesticides. And I'd like to kind of talk about that a little bit if you're all right with it.
Yeah, please.
So what happens with pesticides is that the way the medical program is structured right now, we require folks, if they're going to apply pesticides, to have obtained a pesticide applicator's license. And part of that also says if you apply pesticides, then you also have to train staff that may be exposed to plants or product that has had a pesticide applied to it. So we don't do a lot of work with pesticides, largely because it's all on the honor system, right? So if we get there and folks say, no, I don't apply pesticides, we check off, no, they don't apply pesticides. If they say, yes, they apply pesticides, we say, do you have a pesticide applicator's license? Yes or no? And that's really the extent of what we can do based on the current regulations, because there's no mandatory testing for product. There's also no mechanism in the current rules or statute that allows us to sample pesticides that might be on site, to sample a product, or even to sample the soil or growing medium that it's in. You know, one of the things I've had discussions recently with the Board of Pesticides, and you know, one of the things that they point out is that, you know, a common trick of the trade is you're going to apply an illegal pesticide. Well, just put it in a can or a container for a legal pesticide. You know, and I've heard that statement from other state regulators where, you know, if you're going to really be serious about pesticides, you need to be able to sample what's growing and also what's in the can or what's in the jar or the bottle that they're applying, because they may not be the same things. So it looks like we have pretty high compliance rates around pesticides, when in actuality, it should be a reflection of our woeful inability to actually inspect on pesticide issues.
Okay, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Director Malik, do you review any lab reports or any lab results as part of the compliance issues? If they go out and get a product tested, do you request those records during an inspection?
The only time that we review any sort of lab reports is if the labeling on the medical product talks about testing, then they're supposed to have a certificate that backs up that test, and we can ask to see that. That's a rare instance that we see that actually happening. You know, in my time here, which has not been very long, you know, about a year and a half or so, you know, we've had one case in the medical side where another caregiver, and we're still investigating it, product was taken to a caregiver to be extracted. to get, concentrate out of it. And as part of that process, this caregiver said, I test for pesticides because I don't want to contaminate my equipment with pesticide residue. And we were notified by that particular caregiver that this material tested positive for a prohibited pesticide. And I think he notified us because he was concerned that the source of it wanted to take it to somebody else and get it extracted. And it's got a dangerous pesticide in it that, when heated, produces can produce a deadly effect on people. So so we're currently investigating that. But everything we've done in that case has been consensual with the two caregivers, because we don't have the ability. We'd have to go to court and seek a court order to seize the product and test it, because we don't have that ability as regulators right now.
Okay, thank you.
And so the committee knows we did have information requests from the committee to reach out to the Board of Pesticides, and I believe we're trying to get them here on Monday of next week to present to the committee, just so that there'll be an opportunity to hear from them related to the other bills that are coming on Monday too. Okay, Deputy Malik, did you want to go to the next slide, or?
We can. I think if memory serves me, they become less and less helpful because they get more generic. Okay. But we certainly tab through them.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the complaint resolution slide.
We just have to tab over one more tab. We're still on the allegations list.
Okay, I think your computer might take a minute to upload. We can see it, but it may just take you a second.
Okay.
So the one I'm seeing, it has the header of Maine medical use program, Maine medical marijuana use program, and it's the tab complaint dash resolutions.
Right.
Can you see that one? Okay.
Yeah. So this actually serves to kind of drive home, one of the points that I made earlier, that so many of these end in technical assistance being provided. Which is obviously the philosophy we have and want to continue to have, will continue to have. Where it says in the first section, first block, no further action needed, 116, that's reflective of technical assistance that's been provided, substantiated, 55 of them were substantiated, where we can say, yes, there was a violation. Yes, what was alleged was true. And another 8, we were able to definitively say what was alleged was not true. And the rest kind of fall into that area where we weren't able to prove it or necessarily disprove it. But we may have identified other areas that folks were out of compliance with, and we brought them back into compliance. So, I mean, that's the gist of this tab. Talks primarily about that.
So as you kind of alluded to earlier, it is kind of like an education, technical assistance type of approach first, rather than trying to hit people with fines or taking licenses temporarily, I guess is what you can do currently.
Exactly.
Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You kind of got at what I was asking, but I was just wondering, I don't know, you can't give a solid number, I'm sure, but with other options other than revocation, do you think some of the license revocations might have been prevented if you had other enforcement strategies?
I think we might have been able to do that, yes. There's one that, we revoked this year that, we worked with that caregiver for over a year, trying to get them into compliance. And they got about halfway there and just couldn't finish it. And it was a little distressing to me, because during the appeal hearing, the caregiver said, I just didn't understand what they were saying to me, but my lawyer explained it to me. Well, they didn't get a lawyer until they were revoked. And I think that if we had had the ability to issue a small fine, that may have been enough to get their attention and to say, hey, what's going on here? Maybe that would have spurred them to talk to an attorney first. But, you know, at that point, you know, we had been over a year trying to work to get this person in compliance. And we had complaints from community members about the non-compliance. It wasn't one of these things where we're just driving down the road and we decide to pull over and inspect this person. These are based on complaints from the municipality and community members and over a year-long period. So I actually felt badly for him. I think that if we had had fines, we may have been able to work with him and gotten it fully compliant. But we'll never know for sure. But
Great. Any other questions? Okay. Representative Corey.
Thank you. I'm curious about how you kind of triage the complaints and sort of the resolutions. You had mentioned earlier that, you know, basically you think that the use of pesticides is common in the industry. Is that a big thing for you to want to look into, or is it a small thing? How do you triage what you're going to look at?
sure. So, well, let me just back up, because I apologize if I gave you the impression that I'm saying that the use of pesticides is common. What I'm saying about the use of pesticides is that it's fully on the honor system, and we have no way of knowing how common or frequent it is, because we have no way of checking, right? So I can't say that it's common, but I think it happens more than we think, more than people admit. But again, I can't say that it's common. The one instance that we're working on right now, the caregiver swears he's organic and has never applied a pesticide in his life, but he still has 50 pounds of marijuana that has pesticide on it. So, you know, we're confounded by that. But to your other question around how do we triage, we try to investigate every complaint if we can. The only time that we'll take a case and we won't necessarily assign it is if the activity is clearly outside of something that we control. As an example, if someone calls up and says, my neighbor has a huge marijuana grow in their backyard, we can look it up and we can say, that person is not a registered caregiver. Well, we wouldn't tell this to the complainant because that's confidential. But we would say internally, this person is not a caregiver. They've never been a caregiver. We would refer that to law enforcement as a law enforcement issue at that point. If someone calls up and their complaint is about odor from a registered caregiver facility or person, and you know, we get those on a regular basis, I guess. A lot of those odor complaints we don't even enter into the system because we have no control over odor. Odor is regulated at a municipal or local level if it's regulated. There's nothing in statute that addresses odor control. So that's basically how we prioritize. Obviously, cases that involve risk to public health or public safety get the first level of prioritization. But you know, I expect that my staff will, within a week of receiving a complaint, have begun the investigation and started the outreach.
So basically, regardless of what the complaint is, you're appropriately staffed to be looking at kind of any complaint as it comes and try to come to some sort of resolution.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that we're adequately staffed. I think you know, one of the things that we started out with is to say that, you know, we're on track right now that about every 3 years we'll get to inspecting every caregiver, once every 3 years. That doesn't sing to me that it's a signal to me, rather, that it's a highly regulated industry. And so, and that assumes too that, we don't know what the adult use market's going to bring and the enforcement and compliance challenges that will present to us as that market continues to grow and expand. We know that it's in its infancy now. So I wouldn't make the connection that that we're well enough staffed to do everything. I will say that we place a priority on complaint investigations. So inspections will suffer as a result of complaints that might go up.
Can I just ask one more question?
Yeah.
In terms of things that you do investigate, how many of those things come from an inspection, and how many of those things come from a complaint that's been made with the department from an outside source?
Right. So nothing gets generated from an inspection that we do. If we're doing a routine inspection and we find a violation, we just note it on the inspection form. That doesn't result in another complaint being made.
Yeah.
And we did that intentionally so that we wouldn't be double counting our work. So inspections are an entirely separate animal, and complaints, most complaints that we get come from outside, not from within OMP. It looks like if you looked at the source of the complaint, OMP is the source on like 100 and something of the complaints. But in many of those instances, it's because we've been reached out to by a source that wants to be anonymous.
Just real quick. So in terms of violations that are found through an inspection versus violations that are found through a complaint, what are we looking at there? So like 50-50?
I'm sorry, I'm not following your question, sir.
Like if there's a problem, right? And that problem is either found through a complaint or through an inspection, right? What percentage, right, of problems are found through inspections versus complaints?
Well, I think we conduct many more inspections than we investigate complaints. So, inspections generate a higher number of violations that are located, if you will. And complaints, depending upon the nature of the complaint and how recently we've been there to inspect, excuse me, the complaint may not result in an inspection itself. So we might just look at the singular issue being asked there. But I think more violations are identified through inspections.
Thank you.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Director Malik, you said you mentioned you send out I guess a pre-inspection list to people before you show up. Could you send us a copy of that? Of what that might? I assume it's an electronic format.
It is, yes. We'll get it for you for sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on this? Okay, and I guess on the last form, Deputy, it just basically shows the case ID and the findings, which obviously you can't tell us what the case IDs are. But yeah, if there's anything you want to add on that, otherwise we can.
No, I think the only thing that you'll see is the outcome of no finding, excuse me, and then the no further action necessary. And no finding doesn't necessarily mean, like I said, it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Doesn't mean that it did happen. It means that we weren't able to decide one way or the other. Or it happened, but we provided technical assistance. So there's no, like I said, we don't have the ability to fine people, and we don't have, and we didn't revoke or suspend in the vast majority of these cases.
Great, thank you. Any questions on this slide from committee members? All right, well, thank you, Deputy Director Malik, for walking us through that information request. Can you just tell us the size of your, the number of people in your office? or
Sure.
the compliance team?
Yeah, right now the compliance team consists of 8 field investigators and 2 supervisors.
Great. Great. Any other questions for Deputy Director Malik while we have him here? Obviously, as we work through other bills, we can bring him back up for questions. We'll have OMP here all day as needed. Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because employees were brought up and you had mentioned that you wouldn't have enough staff if this bill passes. So what will you be looking at to add to your staff?
I think we've got a bad connection there. I didn't get the whole question. Did anyone get it?
Are you looking to, I think it was, are you looking to add to your staff so that you can more adequately cover? Sorry.
Yeah, we definitely feel like we're understaffed and we're going to need to expand the compliance role. Just to make sure that we need to increase the frequency that we're able to do inspections. And also, we need better tools to set the standard, if you will. We need the tracking, and these are things that will add legitimacy to the program. And it's not being asked for in a way that we want to be able to go out and get people. What we're looking for is we need more tools so that we can help educate folks. We can make it clearer what the standard is, and we can help people stay in compliance with those. I know that there's fear of the unknown. Everybody has that. And there's fear with some caregivers that expanding OMP's authorities in some of these roles is going to cause us to change. And I just want to reiterate, I've said it over and over this morning, that's not our hope at all. Our hope is to add these tools, fines, administrative holds, things like that. And I'd love to sit here a year from now and tell you that we didn't have to fine anyone. That would be a success in my book. And I know Director Gunderson feels exactly the same way. But we need the tracking to be able to look back. We need the testing of products so that we can look back and say, yes, this is exactly the way it's supposed to work. And this is the medical program.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Deputy Director Malik, there's been some concerns expressed about the law enforcement-esque or criminal justice aspects of some of the laws and some of the rules and things that are being proposed in terms of the ability to enter a premise whenever they want, or whenever necessary, 24 hours without notice, that kind of stuff. Can you describe for me the relationship right now that you have between your compliance team and law enforcement? Because I know where you're intentionally segregating those two functions out, and maybe kind of describe at what point do you typically engage with law enforcement? What point do they typically bring you in, and how does that relationship work, or do you foresee that working in the future?
Sure, that's a great question. So, let me first say that we're a regulatory body. We're not law enforcement, but the structure of marijuana laws are, it's found in Title 22 for medical, Title 28B for adult use recreational, but there's still a component of it that's in Title 17A, the criminal code. And law enforcement does have the responsibility of investigating when there are reports of people who are acting outside of our program. And that's the partnership that we have with law enforcement is, and we're still building that. How do we interact with them? And many instances, if law enforcement is going to start an investigation, the first thing they need to do, or they should do, is reach out to OMP and say, is the conduct that we're hearing is occurring here, is that authorized by you? Is this a registrant? Is this a licensee? So we're oftentimes the first sort of stop on their investigative journey. And sometimes it ends right there. There have also been times where we partner with law enforcement where, I can think of one instance where, law enforcement called and said, there's a very large marijuana grow that's been discovered in the backyard of this house. It's visible now because the neighbor did some clear cutting and you can see it. So they said, is this person in your program? And we said, they're not, but we're happy to go with you if you're going to investigate. And they said, yes, they were going to go and they wanted us to come. So we assisted them. And when we got there, we found that the individual was a patient. He was growing his plants, but his dad was a patient and so was his mom. And it wound up that that plot of land was growing for like 6 different patients. And so it looked like it should be a caregiver scenario, but it wasn't. It was individual patients all growing on the same piece of land. We've checked, all the plants were tagged separately with the people's names on them. One of them actually stopped by and we said, can you tell me where your plants are? And he walked us right to his 6 plants. And he said, these are mine. I came over to water them today. So he's taking care of them. It's not a collaborative. And in that instance, we worked with law enforcement and determined that the activity was all legal and there was no enforcement action for them to take. So that's one of the ways that we partner with law enforcement. Whether or not law enforcement has the ability to go in, unannounced, I mean, I think it's careful. We need to be careful that law enforcement doesn't have a free pass essentially to go in and search caregivers and search adult use premises. These folks are licensed, they're registered, and it's the responsibility of OMP to regulate those folks. So I don't see that, law enforcement necessarily needs to have that 100% access. We work very well together with them. I don't think that you'll find many in law enforcement that would say that they would like to have that ability anyway, where they know so little about the regulated industry. They always want to partner with us. So I don't view that as being a critical component to the rule moving forward or even legislation. And I think that part of, and this is speculatory on my part, and I'm sure there are legislative historians who have a better background on it, but prior to OMP's existence, the only other tool DHH has had was law enforcement, right? So there's actually stuff in statute that I feel like should be removed. That says that excess plants have to be surrendered to law enforcement or forfeited to law enforcement. Well, that worked well when there was no regulatory agency. There's a regulatory agency now. If caregivers have too many plants or are in violation, those plants should be surrendered to us at OMP to deal with because they are registered in the program. And law enforcement should be dealing with the criminal element that is not engaged in the regulated side of this, the side of it that's feeding the illicit market, if you will. That's the law enforcement realm, not the caregiver or registrant realm. And I think there is work to be done to clean up the boundaries there for sure.
Right, and Deputy, didn't it cause a little bit of conflict when law enforcement had to take some of those plants just because of the dueling laws federally versus state? It seems to put them, at least initially, and I remember when we'd had incidences in my district, it just put them in a really difficult situation because of the federal illegality of it versus the state law. So perhaps surrendering it to you would not put our law enforcement in that position.
That was my experience when I was in law enforcement. It's issues like that are sort of the third rail that nobody wants to touch, right? Because of all the reasons that you just said. Not only that, but it also provides very significant hurdles around, does law enforcement have to retain the product? If they're live plants and they're cut down, they're going to become moldy and toxic within days if they're not dried and cured properly. But law enforcement's not equipped, neither are we, to maintain those. It's a myriad of problems associated with law enforcement trying to step in and take the role essentially of a regulator, which is what we should be doing.
Great. Well, thank you, Deputy Director, for coming in this morning. I just wanted to give the committee a chance to ask questions in a more general, broad sense of how compliance is working before we really dive into the issues. So that was really helpful, and your data is super thorough and helpful as well. And as we work through the issues, obviously we can continue to call on you and Director Gunderson and whoever we need from the office to help answer questions. So.
Absolutely. I'll be here all day. So whatever you need. And
Great,
thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I guess we wanted to make sure that we responded to that information request, and committee members had access to the compliance team. I think at this point, the plan will be to take a quick break, like a 30-minute maybe caucus until 11 o'clock. And then we can come back, kind of digest that information. And then at 11, we'll start working through some of the bills that we have for work session. So any questions or anything before we recess briefly? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a recess, and as always, the same link will get you back into this meeting. So we'll see everyone at 11.
Well, the important people are here, Mr. Chair.
I better drop off then.
I was waiting for you to make a comment.
Has the sun come out there, Brad, yet?
Yeah, still a little chilly, but it's sun's out.
Yeah, here too. Yeah. Well, Jay, I tell a story. When I was in the Senate, we didn't have a Democrat from the coast. So I told them that I had lobster fishermen in the family. So they made me chair of Marine Resources, which I liked that committee. Yeah.
Were you really? You were chair?
I was, yeah. Yeah. Because
Cool.
all the fishermen in my area, they couldn't live on the coast, so they moved to Sanford. Yeah.
Right. How long were you chair? Was that one term or more?
One term. I had Pearlie Sprague was the head of the Marine Patrol, and I forget who the guy was before him, but he'd been around a long time. And we tried to push Marine Rescue at the time, at the beginning there. And I think that we started the whole thing of getting the Marine Patrol involved with, vessel rescue. So they've really come a long ways.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
definitely.
I was even a deputy on the Marine Patrol for a while.
And officially, or was it like an honorary deputy?
No, I was official. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They even let me carry a weapon. That was pretty scary.
How about a badge though? Did you get a badge?
Yep. I had a badge. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very cool.
Scary. That was like 100 years ago though, Jay. Yeah.
So it was probably made out of gold at that time.
Well, it's gold plated, maybe. I think I gave it to Louis when I retired for a couple of years ago, right, Louis?
Okay, cool.
And Darlene, can you make me a co-host, please?
Oh,
It doesn't automatically do it when we come back.
I know. And my committee, they don't do that. So I keep forgetting.
I'm a control freak. I've been
No,
told.
that's okay. No, that's fine.
No, just kidding.
What makes you think I'm not?
I think we all are. That's why we're in the.
That's why we're all here, huh?
Yeah.
Actually, I put my chairs as co-hosts the other day and none of them could raise their hands.
It does change it. It's helpful to let people in and out so I can pull them up fast and pull.
Well, yeah, because you know who you're going to pull in. I know the players on my committee and I just zip them in.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have known who to call in today.
With Zoom because of all the names, so it's not always under the name you think it will be.
Well, yeah, like when they come in you've got a couple people on this committee that sign up and they're under one name. I learned that last time I covered. I know who they are today too. Or they come in with a phone number. And then you don't know who they are.
Okay, so we'll actually here, I think Jay came in. Oh, I'm not a co-host yet, Darlene, but I think Jay is stuck in the attendees list. So if we can
let's
bring her
co-host
up.
you again and say yeah.
Well, under mine, Mr. Chair, says you're the host.
Here we go. And I'll get Rep McCrade up. She's
I got her.
Okay, cool.
Promote panelists.
Sometimes that happens. You get in one of the different rooms and you just make sure we get everybody in.
Yeah, because she was here earlier and then she disappeared.
Yeah, all of a sudden I was demoted. I don't know what happened.
Oh, it might be it might be when I put Senator Lucchini as a co-host.
No,
If
it was
anybody
before
touches,
that.
oh, it was before that. Okay.
Yeah, I
Because
was
if I'm
minding
going
my
to
own
move somebody,
business.
if I go to move somebody and they move at the same time, I end up bumping other people out. Bruce White on my committee every time. He shoots me an email. I'm gone. It's like, yeah, you're back. I already saw it.
It's a little disconcerting, but thank you for saving me.
All right, so we've got members present. I think we can get started with this, I guess, still morning's agenda. Sam has very quickly put up some information on the website for people that we went over this morning, so that should be publicly available. We wanted to make sure that people would have access to that. So thank you, Sam, for doing that. In terms of the bills that we'll take up this afternoon, I think we'll start with LD 881, Sam. And then 605. They both have a couple of fairly similar provisions.
Would you like me to jump right into it, or are you still waiting?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can get started if people are good with that. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me share my screen. All right. Can everyone see that? And I will make it bigger. Just. Is that legible for everybody?
Yep, I can see it. Yep.
Okay. So LD 881 is an act to make technical changes to the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act. And this bill was split into two parts, Part A and Part B. Part A makes the following changes to the definitions within the act. It removes the following language from the definition of marijuana plant, which is or their hybrids and the seeds of those plants. It repeals and replaces the definition of immature marijuana plant to read immature marijuana plant means a marijuana plant that is not a mature marijuana plant or seedling. Immature marijuana plant does not include hemp as defined in Title VII, Section 2231, subsection 1A, paragraph D. And it amends the definition of seedling to read seedling means a marijuana plant or rooted cutting that is A, not flowering, B, less than 18 inches in height, and C, less than 18 inches in width. Part B of the bill, I put a note here to see below, and I'm going to just reference that before I read through Part B. The department did request, this was a OMP bill. The department did request to remove Part B from the bill at the public hearing. But just in the interest of reading the summary, Part B requires a registered caregiver operating a caregiver retail store to acquire a separate registration certificate for the caregiver retail store and to pay a separate registration fee for the caregiver retail store. It creates an annual registration fee for a caregiver retail store of not less than $50 and not more than $240. And it changes annual registration fee for a caregiver who cultivates marijuana plants on behalf of a qualifying patient as follows. For a caregiver registered based upon plant count, the fee may not be less than $50 or more than $240 for each group of up to 6 mature marijuana plants cultivated by the caregiver. And for a caregiver registered based upon plant canopy, the fee may not be less than $50 or more than $1,500 for a total plant canopy of 500 square feet or less. I'm not going to read through all this, but one thing I did for the committee on most of the bills today is I gave you a side-by-side of the language in the bill and the current law. For things that have minor changes, like you'll see in section 1, this change of the amendment to marijuana plant, I didn't side-by-side where it was clear what was being struck out, but I did provide links to each of the statutory sections. And then if anything was majorly changed, replaced, or repealed, I did provide what's currently in statute. So as you can see in section A2, we have 2 conflicting provisions for the definition of immature marijuana plant that would be repealed and replaced with the new definition. And then in some instances, we have such as Part B, Section B1 here, a paragraph in a section was being amended, and I provided the lead-in to that subsection, and also, again, a link to the full section. So I won't read through all of this unless the committee has specific questions on any piece of it, and I'm going to scroll down to the other notes, and you can see here that I just noted, as mentioned before, that the department had requested an amendment to remove all of Part B from the bill, and that we don't have any fiscal information at this time.
Great.
And that's what I have for this bill.
Great, thank you, Sam. I think, after hearing from, OMP obviously said to strike Part B, and then we heard overwhelmingly from the medical community that they wanted that struck. So I think that seems like a pretty easy thing to wipe out of that amendment if the committee chooses to go forward. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chair, question about the 18 versus the 24 and A of the bill. I didn't know if we had talked about retaining the 24 inches in Part A.
Yeah, I think personally, I am fine with keeping it at 24, and I think that's what the medical community
I would too, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Representative Corey.
Yes, my understanding, at least on Part B or Section B5, this information here for caregiver in there for a caregiving registering based on plant canopy, the fee may not be less than $50 or more than $1,500 for a total plant canopy. My understanding is that was a fix for a bill that I presented in HHS last session. I do understand that this is in, I think, the Pluker bill that talks about wholesaling and stuff like that, but I think that number 2 there may be necessary, and that's from people that I've talked to. So I don't know if we want to strike all of Section B. I will say, at least on that, I'm happy with keeping seedlings at 24 inches. I mean, I think all of this seedling immature plant talk is a little bit, silly, in a lot of ways, because really, all we should be caring about is whether or not plants are flowering, or not, because in the end, that's what produces, the usable marijuana. So really, for me, the only section that I view as potentially crucial in this entire bill is Section B5, number 2.
Representative Corey, would you like me to bring in Director Gunderson just to elaborate on that point, kind of? We can see the rationale for that, and if that's something that needs to be in, or if it's something we can address through Representative Pluger's bill.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, let's just, okay. Director Gunderson, did you hear Representative Corey's comments earlier?
Yeah, I did about the canopy, the $1,500 registration fee. He's exactly correct. That was a fix that we had brought forward to address the issue with the canopy fees or the lack thereof that we were given. So we had just proposed eliminating all of Section B because I think it's in a couple other vehicles, but we most certainly would be open to leaving it in this bill as a fix that we are looking for.
Okay, and just so for clarity, I think to Representative Corey's point, we're talking like Section B5 and then it's B, I guess, 2. Is that right? The plant canopy provision?
I believe so, but if you give me a second, I can pull up the bill itself just to be 100% sure that I'm giving you accurate information.
Yeah, I think generally the question, if it's in other vehicles, we just have to determine which ones we want to put it in so we don't create more conflicts in the medical marijuana statutes. There appears to be a few already in there.
Yeah, that would be great. No,
We're
and
new to it, but
you are right.
Sorry, what was that?
You are correct with the B5, the 2, yep.
So
Representative Corey, yeah.
Right. So the only concern I would have there is, and I don't know how controversial those other bills are going to be with some of the other provisions in them. You know, I imagine there will be some people speaking against sort of 100% wholesaling of it and everything else that, you know, in terms of that canopy fix, you know, I think that, you know, we might want that in the cleanest bill possible, just in case the other one can't carry, do you know what I mean? The votes it needs to do that fix.
Yeah, I totally agree, Representative Corey. I think whenever we can get something unanimously through that advances the issue, I think we should take advantage of it. Sam, did you have a?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to comment that if the committee's thinking about leaving, you know, paragraph B, subparagraph 2 in the bill, just when I look at this section, it repeals and replaces the current language, and it appears that subparagraph 1 reflects the current law. So if it's indeed a fix for registering based on plant canopy, probably it would be like the whole of paragraph B would be the cleanest way to make that amendment.
Great, thanks for that, Sam. And if we were gonna kind of vote it, I guess in concept, we could give you the kind of direction to fix it in the way that would be, you know, as cleanly drafted as we can. Is that right? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Gunderson, does this canopy piece, how does it adjust what exists now? Does it increase the canopy size for medical caregivers?
It does not adjust the canopy size. So when the HHS committee and the legislature passed this registration option, the canopy type, the 500 square foot, there was a lack of an updated fee schedule. So when we essentially launched or made this an option, the only fee schedule that was available to us was the sub 1, the plant count. So obviously with the canopy, individuals can grow much smaller, meaning they can grow more plants. And we were really forced to have to register them by plant, which I'm certain was not the legislative intent. That's why we brought forward this flat fee for those that choose to register by canopy.
Okay, thank you. And a question for I guess for the Representative Corey, we don't think that can be addressed in the other mechanism, or your concern is just that other mechanism might not pass and this should probably be a technical fix? Through the chair, if I could, please.
Yeah, to Representative Corey. Yeah, go for it, Representative Corey. Yeah.
Great. No, I mean, I think that, you know, this is such a technical fix that I would like to leave it as unencumbered as possible. Yeah. Like I said, I believe that in that other bill, we're addressing moving from a caregiver that really kind of only considers themselves as a cultivator and has to, you know, sell a certain amount of its products to patients, would then be moving to, you know, 100%, you know, wholesale market. And I don't know if that's a popular idea in the legislature or not, but I don't want to see this become the victim of that. So.
Sure. And Representative Chiazzo, you have a question?
You know, well, just to follow up, yeah. I mean, as long as we're not increasing the canopy size, you know, I'm comfortable supporting this because, you know, my concern is that, you know, again, I think I've expressed this before to the committee. You know, we have a moratorium in Scarborough on recreational, but until there are regulations in place on the medical side, my concern would be expanding that canopy or that plant count would result in kind of unregulated growth. So it doesn't sound like that's the case here. Then I'm perfectly content leaving it in if that helps us get to a unanimous ought to pass amendment. Then I'm happy to support that for sure.
Thanks. Yeah, I think where we may be, and correct me if I'm wrong. So I think we would be kind of keeping this to be as technical as we can, keeping in section A1, the technical changes, and A2, the immature marijuana plants. But then when it comes to seedling, make sure that, you know, given the testimony we heard from the medical community, that we would keep the seedling at 24 inches, which is totally fine with me if people are good with that. And then picking up the B5 section. And then again, Sam can clarify the drafting, however that works as well. And I think the big thing for me is more that we're just uniform with medical. And I think that's what the director was trying to do by splitting the difference. But with this, it's at 24. Currently, I'd be fine, and probably a different bill addressing the size and the adult use as well. So Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate to make a motion, or would you want to go through all of these? Sure, your call,
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah, if you're ready, I think we can.
I would make a motion that we would ought to pass as amended in the 24 inches and Representative Corey's amendment, if that would be in order, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and that includes those other technical changes, right?
That's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion of ought to pass as amended by Representative Tuttle. Is there a second?
Second.
Did I miss one? Okay, sorry. Representative Wood. Seconds that. Representative Supika.
Thank you. I was trying to follow along and make sure that the concerns about requiring a separate certificate license and everything, and is that a part of this bill? Did you talk about that and I missed that?
Yeah, that whole provision in part is most of Part B, and that was the part that we heard,
Okay.
you know, resounding opposition. So we took all of that out except for that one technical fix-it about the canopy size fee.
Okay. I just wanted to reiterate that because I was trying to follow along and listen at the same time with the language and to make sure that wasn't being touched or that was being removed. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I think we heard, you know, strong testimony and it was compelling. So yeah, I agree. Okay, any further discussion on LD 881? Representative Doloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want clarification of we're not changing the plant size, is that correct?
Yeah, we're leaving it as current.
It's going
law.
back, it's staying at 20, right, that's what I mean, seedlings, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But are we putting in to pay a separate registration fee for a caregiver's retail store? Is that added into what we have now?
Um,
I'm just looking at the summary, that's all.
okay.
You know, it changes the fee for caregiver registration based on plant count to a fee for caregiver registration based on either plant count or the canopy. I don't really quite understand that aspect of, are we adding this fee?
Sorry, I think you broke up a little bit, Representative, but Sam, I think, caught the gist of the question.
Yeah, as I understand the question, I believe and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Representative, I believe you were asking whether or not we're not just creating a separate fee calculation for canopy and plant count, but also changing the fee itself. And my understanding of section B5 is that it would not alter the current fee, the registration fee count for registering based on number of plants. I don't know, I guess that I don't know that, I don't know how this impacts like the general general fees for people who grow based on plant canopy, but maybe the department can speak to that.
Yeah, Director, can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's significantly lower than what registrants are currently paying. So if they register as a canopy-based grower, they're typically growing more than 30 plants. And with the fee schedule now, the per plant for the canopy, they're paying significantly more than if we were to set the flat rate of $1,500.
Great. And Representative Dolph, does that kind of address
Okay,
your
thank you.
question?
Not that I understand now. Well, it doesn't, it doesn't, maybe because I don't understand the canopy and plants and whatever. So, I'm just, that's why I was trying to follow
Right.
the summary on it, but that doesn't mean I still understand it. But thank you anyway.
And I think to the question on the caregiver retail store, a separate registration, I think you raised, that we won't be including that in this bill. And Representative Corey, did you want to clarify as well? Yeah.
Sure. So basically, this is to answer Representative Dolph's question. So right now, a caregiver can choose two different, options for how they want to grow their mature plants. So basically, it's option one is sort of based on how many cards they have. So, for each medical marijuana card that you have, you can grow 6 plants. So that's 5, and you can do a maximum of 5 patients plus yourself, right? So that could be 30 to 36 plants. What this law does with regard to cultivating based on canopy does is it allows them to grow as many plants as they want, so long as they keep it within 500 square feet when they're flowering out the plants or producing the actual flowers that people use and everything. And all of that happens under something called a 12-12 light cycle. It needs that to start flowering. So basically allowing them to grow by canopy has allowed them to grow plants that may make more sense for their patients' use, rather than planting the biggest plant they possibly can. What they can do now is they can grow smaller plants that may be more specialized for patients. Does that help at all?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Can I go back to the fee, if I could ask the director? Are you increasing the fee on the canopies? All of it?
No, so the two fees, there's the fee per plant, if that's the way they choose to register, and there's the fee for canopy, if that's the way they choose to register. We are not moving the fees per plant, and we are not changing the canopy fee. This is the first time we're introducing that as a fee option. So we're not increasing it, we're making that option available to those that choose to register that way. To essentially
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Okay, any other questions? Sam? Yep.
I just wanted to maybe ask the committee a question. So there was some talk about making sure that the seedling definition is consistent between Title 28B and Title 22. And the proposed amendment, the amendment motion as I understand it, would make the measurement consistent. But the language, and they would both be non-flowering, but the language is a little different in both titles. And I don't know if you wanted me, I just wanted clarification if you wanted me to address that, or if it's enough that they're kind of covering the same ground in terms of the measurement and the non-flowering aspect.
Right. Thanks for flagging that, Sam, because I think we do generally want to try to keep those definitions consistent between the two. Representative Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I guess I have 2 points here. So number one, I would probably be inclined then to move the size of a seedling up in the adult use market rather than reduce it to what it is in the adult use market. And this one, I still think that, you know, for me, there's not much of a difference between, you know, what's considered as a vegetative plant or a seedling. I think all of this gets a little weird. So that's just my thoughts on that. But my second thought is that, you know, where we are making this change to deal with this canopy fee piece, and I don't see an emergency enactor on this bill. Should we try to put an emergency enactor on the bill? Does the department feel like they need that in order to, you know, get you know, square with you know, feeing this out, you know, properly for these growers?
Yeah, Director, would this be helpful to get this into law right away?
Yeah, we would have no objections to an emergency preamble.
Okay. And just so, yeah, and just to be, I guess, just to be clear with Sam's question, are we moving through this vehicle, the adult use seedling definition as well up to 24, just to keep it consistent?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I just think we need clarity on what's in the amendment. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, my understanding of the proposed amendment was to move the adult use seedling up to 24, which is where it's already at in the medical statute. I was mostly just asking if you wanted me to make the language identical. I think there's a little bit of additional language about how to measure it in the medical statute, but if I was just trying to see if you wanted me to, you know, make them carbon copies of each other, or if it would be enough just to raise the adult use measurement. Is that clear? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that helps. No, I appreciate it, because there's so many conflicts in the medical statutes that I do think as much as we can try to keep it aligned, it would be good to do. So Representative Corey, did you have a question? Sorry. Oh, sorry.
No,
okay.
I mean, all of that sounds fine to me.
Okay. Representative Tuttle, are you good with that as your motion, just so that we're clear?
Yes, I would also like to make an emergency, Mr. Chair. That motion.
Great.
Be appropriate.
Great. Thank you, Representative Tuttle. And Representative Wood, you're good with that as the seconder?
Yes, but I had my hand up for the question.
Yeah, I know. But first,
Okay.
Are you good with that as the second? Sorry. Yeah. Okay, cool. Go ahead, Representative. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought you were calling on me for my question. I just want to, I've gotten confused now, because we were talking about medical marijuana, and I thought we were making an amendment to not take it down to 18, to leave it at 24. Then we started talking about adult use, and I would think, wouldn't that be in a different bill that we would amend that rather than putting that into the medical marijuana, or am I missing something?
So I think, Representative, where we're trying to keep this definition of seedling consistent,
right,
between the two programs. Right now, they're at different levels, and the office was trying to meet in the middle. But instead, I think we've heard loudly that 24 is good for the caregivers. So we can simultaneously bring it up in the adult use law as well. And I think it's probably clean to do it that way. That way
Okay.
we keep it kind of a carbon copy.
Okay, yeah, no, I do want to keep it the same. I just didn't realize we could do it all at once. I thought it had to be two separate things.
Sure. And I think the benefit of doing it in one is that if one of the bills weren't to pass, then we'd have mismatched definitions. So it probably would be good to do it in one.
Okay,
Sam?
thank you.
Yep.
Would you like me to pull up the side-by-side of the current seedling definitions so everybody can see, or do you think it's clear enough as is?
Or would people like to see that, or are we good to go? I think we may be good to vote, but I don't know.
Good to go.
Making sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you though,
Good to
Sam.
go.
Okay, any other discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. And the vote is, or the motion is ought to pass as amended by Representative Tuttle and seconded by Representative Wood, and was as described with the emergency preamble. So Darlene, if you're ready, if we can do a roll call, please.
Sure. Senator Lucchini,
Yes.
Senator Hickman is absent. Senator Farren,
Yes.
Representative Ciazzo,
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative Tuttle,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Kinney,
Yes.
and Representative Harrington is absent. Representative Corey
Yes.
and Representative Dolph.
Yes.
11 in the affirmative, 2 absent.
Great, thank you, Darlene. So the vote's 11-0, unanimous of those present, and people absent will have until I think Wednesday at noon to cast their vote. Great, so that will close the public hearing on the work session on LD 881. Okay, next on our list, we have LD 605, an act to amend the Marijuana Legalization Act. And this one came about as a concept draft, but the sponsor provided language at the hearing.
All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yep, it's good.
Okay, so LD 605. So this bill makes the following changes to the Marijuana Legalization Act. First, it amends the definitions of marijuana trim, mother plant, and seedling. Second, it expands the permitted uses of the Adult Use Public Health and Safety Fund. 3, it exempts sample collector licenses from the requirement to register with the state tax assessor to collect and remit sales tax. 4, it removes the prohibition on the use of the same building to conduct sales of adult use marijuana and marijuana for medical use. And 5, it repeals the sunset on licensee self-sampling for the purpose of mandatory testing. I did the same kind of side-by-side as I did as I explained in the previous bill. As you can see, just pointing out, this bill does amend seedling, but in this case, it would be in Title 28 for adult use, not Title 22. But as I understand the amendment to the previous bill, that would have affected this section already. I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom rather than walk through the entire side-by-side. So one big note for this is that there are a number of bills under consideration by the committee that amend the provision prohibiting the co-location of adult use and medical use retail space. And I'm going to scroll down to the bottom for just a sec. I'll come back up. And I provided you a summary of each of the bills and their proposed changes to that shared space prohibition. and also some notes for the committee to consider when thinking about making those changes. I don't know if you want me to pause and walk through those at the moment or keep going.
Yeah, if you want to keep going, that's good, unless there are questions. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I asked an unclear question. Would you like me to walk through these notes in particular?
Are these the differences between the three bills, or?
Yeah, these are the three bills regarding proposing co-location of adult use and medical retail in some way. Okay. So the three bills that have some provision regarding removing the co-location provision, which is currently in Title 28B, are LD 301, which would remove the prohibition on being located in the same building and prohibit commingling and require commingling of the business aspects and of the product and require separate entrances. 605 would remove which is this bill currently in front of us, would remove the prohibition on being located in the same building. And it's the language is a strike of the word building out of the prohibition. And 525 would allow co-location within the same facility or building in which the licensee also sells or offers for sale to qualifying patients marijuana and marijuana products for medical use, as long as the adult use marijuana and adult use marijuana and medical use marijuana products are sold using a different cash register. Some notes about these kinds of changes. The first is to note that the current statute is a prohibition on co-location in the same facility or building. So if you were just to strike the word building, it's going to become a little unclear where the co-location is allowed because the term facility is broad. The word comes up in a number of the definitions within Title 28, including marijuana store, which I've provided here. And you can see that marijuana store is a facility licensed under this chapter. Also, one thing to think about is like the committee had spoken about in the last bill, just making sure that whatever's changed, the alignment of statutory definitions is considered so that, when a licensee is trying to, if you're going to allow them to be in the same space when they're trying to do that, just to make sure that, it's clear under both titles what's permitted. There's also this question about who may enter. The adult use law prohibits anyone under 21 years of age from entering the premises of a marijuana establishment. This prohibition does not exist in the medical context. So if you're allowing people, if you're allowing if you end up allowing medical and adult use to share the same retail space, it would restrict people under the 21 years of age to enter the medical retail space in that context, unless some sort of clarification is made. And then there may also be other considerations to ensure consistency in the operating restrictions in both titles and relevant rules. And I think that at the public hearing, it was brought up that there may be some concerns about making sure that both retail spaces receive municipal approval and things like that. So just those are things to keep in mind when considering co-location kind of changes. And then the last note for this bill, I won't walk you through all of this, but this LD 605 contains some similarities to LD 2091 from the 129th second regular. And I just summarized here what the similarities are, which proposed language only exists in 605 and which proposed language only existed in the in 2091 from the 129th. So I'll stop there.
Great, thank you, Sam. So I guess any questions at this point on the analysis? I think a lot of, just in reading through, a lot of this is kind of technical changes. Representative McGrate, did you? Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to ask, thanks, Mr. Chair, if, Sam, the bill that you referenced from last session, was that one that made it through or did it die when we did?
I believe it did not make it when the legislature because the legislature shut down.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think we voted it unanimously, but it didn't come back after we didn't come back. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sort of going through this, I'm generally against co-location of stores and at least medical and rec stores in the same place. You know, I don't know what that means, you know, for a strip mall. If you know what I mean, say there was a rec store on one end of the strip mall that was owned by a separate entity, then, you know, a medical store on the other end of a strip mall. But I'm generally against co-location. I think it sends kind of a funky, you know, message, especially if, you know, some of the branding and everything else is the same. So I'll probably be against any co-location.
Right, and just to echo that, I think I would likely oppose any co-location as well. I'm kind of open to this, and if it were like a large strip mall, because I do understand that it can be, you know, spaced out and not connected, or shared doors or anything, but anything tighter than that, I would be in the same place, Representative. Maybe Director Gunderson, can you walk us through why you put this in the language?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't consider this proposal co-location. It's exactly what Representative Corey's talking about, almost the strip mall scenario. By striking just the word buildings, they would still have the prohibition on co-location. However, you would allow that outlet mall or strip mall scenario where they're still completely separate facilities. They just happen to be in the same building under the same roof. So by no means is it co-location. It's just helping with that clarity. And we have had some applicants and licensees run into this issue, and we've just had to say no to them. So I think this just makes it a little bit cleaner for, again, that exact scenario.
Okay, and okay, so essentially, if you had like a strip mall, obviously, the owner wouldn't be able to rent out to two. If one person wanted to rent an adult use and wanted to have a storefront, they wouldn't be able to do that technically.
If it was the same owner, that's correct. So one scenario I can think of in Central Maine, a gentleman operated a caregiver storefront in a strip mall and looked to open up an adult use store in the same strip mall. I believe it was either next door or two doors down. Again, walls between, separate facilities, separate entrances, but because of the word building in there, it was not permitted.
Representative Dolph.
Even, excuse me, thank you, Mr. Chair and Director, even though your intention is like a strip mall, one end and another end, different owner, but aren't you opening the door to anybody doing it?
No, because the way that the law is written, it's a strict prohibition on co-location, and the statute and the rules kind of identify what that is. We're simply just removing the word building to address this one narrow exception. As far as the operation, they're still going to be in separate facilities. They're still going to be in separate stores, and there's by no means would be able to mingle business operations between the two types.
Thank you.
Great. Representative Supika.
Thank you, Chair. Director Gunderson, you're saying though that this is kind of targeted at a specific instance of if it's the same owner. So right now, like if it's different owners, it's not an issue to have multiple rentals of different types of businesses within a mall.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. So I guess what may be helpful is if we kind of walk through the specific elements of the bill and kind of take it one at a time. Representative Corey, did you have another on that, or?
So we're fixing the law for one specific situation. I think that's probably what Representative Supika was kind of pointing that out.
Yeah, Director, is this a common thing or is this just a one?
Yeah, this is certainly not a one-off. We've heard this from multiple applicants. I'm not going to say that it's spreading like a wildfire or it's a huge issue, but it just brings that clarity and still strikes at the intent of the legislature when they prohibited co-location. It just brings that clarity. Again, as long as they're separate entrances, they're separate operations and separate facilities, they can still operate within the same building if you're talking about, say, an outlet mall or a strip mall.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative Corey?
Yeah, so I mean, I get that, but I think that my concern more is that what if those entities look the same? What if they carry the same branding? You know, what if they carry a similar name? My concern always with co-location is that, you know, I don't think we want to, you know, be telling the kiddies out there that, you know, your recreational you know, marijuana is the same thing as your medical marijuana. And I think, you know, that can happen through, you know, similar branding and names and everything else.
Sure. Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, so I'm gonna present like a thing to you that, say if there was a duplex house, husband and wife buys it. She opens up on one side of that duplex, all medical. And he opens up his side for just public. Could that happen?
Currently, yes. It has to do back with Representative Sapika's issue, which is ownership. So if you have a duplex and the wife opens up a medical shop on one side of the duplex, that wife cannot be the owner of an adult use within the duplex. But if there's different ownership, if the husband were to own the adult use, he could open up an adult use in the other side of the duplex, if that makes sense. What we're trying to do is just kind of, if it's the same owner and there's separate facilities in the same building, they can. But again, if it was a different owner, it would be allowed. A little confusing, I understand.
And so, Director, this would allow, like, so if somebody owned a medical and a adult use, they could go to a strip mall and they could actually be in two stores that are adjacent to each other.
Correct.
I think that's probably where I could see that it would start looking a lot like co-location if they're directly next to each other. And I can see that concern. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just checking, Director Gunderson, this doesn't change the municipal opt-in issue, does it? Yeah.
No, it certainly does not. That requirement would still be there for obviously adult use licensees and caregiver storefronts.
Thank you.
And for what it's worth for the committee, the department is not wed to this. It's certainly not an attempt for co-location. It was to bring clarity, again, for those individuals that have common ownership that are looking for convenience in locating their businesses.
Sure, and I think kind of similar to the last bill, if we're able to salvage most of the bill in a unanimous way, then this is something that we can take out, and there's two other bills that try to address this in varying ways, so it's something we could look at within those two. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, you know, it strikes me if it's one thing, if it's a matter of convenience, let's say in an urban area like Portland, right? Are the instances where you've had to deny, have they been rural settings where maybe that's the only central location in town is one strip mall and now you have to go in another community or something to locate?
I don't have the location off the top of my mind. I can think of one, I believe was in the Augusta or Manchester area, but the others, I wouldn't be able to tell you if they were more urban or rural.
Okay, great. So maybe if we walk through the other elements of the bill, we can see where everybody is. And then if this is going to be something a little more controversial, we can take it out and deal with it in another vehicle if people are good with that generally. That's good. So I guess in Sam's analysis, he kind of walked through the points. So the point number one is amending the definition of marijuana, trim, mother plant, and seedling. You know, obviously we've dealt with seedling in that previous bill, but this definition of marijuana trim, where you exclude stalks and roots, and mother plant, really you're just striking the word mature. Those seem like fairly technical fixes if if committee members are good with making those technical fixes. Sam, are there any conflicts with this, with the Title 22 or?
Not that I am yet aware of. I
Okay.
have looked at both. I don't think this creates a conflict to my knowledge. So.
Okay. Yeah. And we can take a look at that too. Yep. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make it consistent that we would keep it at the 24 inches. I think by doing that, we don't do the wrong thing. And I wish I would have spoken before, but with the strip mall thing, I really have some concerns being a municipal official that we don't do the wrong thing.
Sure. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, just on and I think I'm totally cool with this, but on the marijuana trim, and I know that, people pay an excise tax in the adult use market on whatever type of trim they have. Were we at one time charging the people for stalks and roots, and now we're just getting rid of that, and that just becomes trash, essentially, something that they throw out, which I'm good with that, but I'm just curious.
Director.
Yeah, no, they have not. We have not been charging an excise tax on stalks and roots. We treat it as marijuana waste, and that's part of just the technical cleanup.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely cleanup then. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. So I guess to move on to the second point, it expands the permitted use of the adult use public health and safety fund. And so this fund, I think, is it generated by, can't remember if this is generated by fees or not, but generally the language that was provided just says that we could also spend the money on public health and safety programs like substance use treatment, early intervention services, grants for schools. I think that's all, as Sam outlined in the analysis, I think that's all a pretty good idea to use those funds on, just to make sure there aren't any negative consequences from this. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would that only be for marijuana though, or is the plan to use these funds for other substance use prevention outside of marijuana? Essentially, the way that original law read, I believe, was that 6% was going to go to, public health and safety programming. Another 6% would go to, and we see that in the second part of this bill, criminal justice type issues. Yep. But I'm curious if this expands that to, say substance use being vaping tobacco products.
Right. Maybe Sam, would you be able to screen share your analysis again? Because it looks like it does say health and safety matters and in addressing public and behavioral health needs relating to the use of marijuana products. Oh, but then It actually does have a semicolon. So I don't know, from a drafting perspective, you can help us out with that.
Yeah, I think in this case, the semicolon's not limiting, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think it would expand it in precisely these ways. And the language, as I read it, is pretty broad. So I mean, anything that fits within that general description, I think would be allowable.
Okay, so it is broader than just marijuana. Is that right? Okay. I mean, we can make that clarification too if people are good with that, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth clarifying. I think it's probably possible to read it in either way.
Okay. Representative Corey.
Thank you. I mean, I would be really interesting before I, expanded that, whether or not, and I think it's HHS that's actually doing the advertising campaigns, or maybe it's coming out of the Office of Marijuana Policy, if they're just struggling to spend, the 6%, or they imagine they're gonna struggle to, expend that, and that's why they need to broaden what the purpose of that fund would be. I do, have a concern that, we create this fund and it no longer deals with necessarily marijuana, and then we're, using it for all kinds of different, public health and safety projects. So maybe Director Gunderson can answer is that. Thanks.
Yeah, I think Director, and I think this committee actually voted to put that language in last time, perhaps, and then the director brought it back, but that's my recollection. I don't know.
Yeah, certainly. So the language was identical to the unanimous committee vote last year, and we brought it back because we thought there was some value in it. I will say we certainly don't have a shortage of what we can spend this money on. We've actually just gone through the RFP process to bring on a vendor to help us execute this public health and safety campaign. And certainly clarity could be used in that paragraph if that's what the committee wants, but our intentions were to use it specific to marijuana in our original directive from the legislature to set up this program.
Okay, thanks, Director. So in that case, I think the language is probably decent for that, as is. Any other, I guess, questions on this, Representative Corey?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's specific to marijuana, if we can somehow include that in that amendment somehow. This is a burgeoning market. This is a new thing for Mainers. If people, consume, marijuana via smoking it, or if they ingest it, it really can have two different effects on people. And I think that we really need to let people know what the consequences are to how they use marijuana in a way they probably haven't before. So I think that we just need to clarify it, that right now it's for marijuana education.
Sure. I think that's good, especially as this program is new for the adult use thing and people need not to responsibly use it. Okay, so maybe we'll go on to the next point, which is the safety fund, which I don't know, Sam, if you can pop that up again. Sorry to make you go up and down with the.
Oh, no, it's totally fine. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, and again, this was language that I think we voted unanimously last time, and it added in just a few elements like restorative justice, jail diversion, marijuana industry specific technical assistance, those types of things that we thought broadened the use of that criminal justice funds appropriately. Does anybody have any thoughts on this one? If people are generally good, then I think we can keep it. Representative Corey?
Sorry about that. Like, I'm curious as to like what, are we talking about restorative justice for children that are, using it before they come of, legal age? I'm not sure, other than maybe operating, under the influence, why people would be going to jail, unless we're talking about restorative injustice and jail diversion for people that have chosen to, remain in the gray or, black market. What are we talking about there?
I think the committee last time, I think is just trying to, I guess, use the money to educate people partly for the jail diversion on just what's legal and what's not. So that people don't do something that could put them in jail, basically, like transporting across state lines or anything like that. Representative Corey.
Just real quick, sometimes diversion, can mean, something else that, that basically if somebody participated in a certain activity, it could be, sort of a sentencing, alternative and everything. I don't know what diversion means here. If diversion means what you're talking about, like teaching people, how not to go to jail, that's one thing. But setting up programs so that somebody doesn't necessarily go to, I just don't know what diversion means here, if it means alternate sentencing or what it means. Maybe Sam can answer that.
Yeah, I don't think this would create alternative sentencing. Sam, can you chime in? Yeah.
Yeah, so these are terms that are not currently defined in 28B, and I am not familiar with their full scope. So while I don't read jail diversion to mean alternative sentencing, I also, to be honest with the committee, am not sure. I think that restorative justice, jail diversion are, they are broad terms. So to the extent you want to narrow it down to a specific thing, it would probably be worthwhile to clarify that.
Yeah, I'd want to know what diversion means here, because for me it's sort of more specific sort of criminal justice term.
So is there a type of jail diversion you don't support? Like what type of jail diversion, I guess, do you support or would you want in the bill?
Well, what I'm saying is I don't know what any of it, means. I don't know what kind of programming, we're talking about, or what that diversion, looks like, because I didn't create the term and it's not identified.
Yeah, I think just trying to think back, I think the committee left it fairly broad to give some discretion to the agencies on how they can spend their money in the event that funds are created or there's movement to work on some of these issues. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree with what you just said, because we dealt with this last session. I think it has a tremendous amount to do with the high rates of inequity that we've had for so long, and trying to make sure that we're not continuing that. So to me, this is very important language. If you want to tighten it up, that's, I don't know also how you draw a right line between marijuana and other related issues. So I think this gives broad discretion for use for the public good.
Thank you, Representative McCray. I think that you said that far better than I would. The discretion gives the agencies the ability to spend it as they feel, and as these programs may come in and out. Representative Corey.
It's not a major sticking point for me, but I usually like to know how, money is being spent. Thanks.
Okay, so let's maybe move to the next point. Exempting sample collector licenses from the requirement to register with the state tax assessor to collect and remit sales tax. And so, thank you, Sam. So this is part C, is that right? Yeah. And Director, if you're on, this is essentially having somebody pick up a sample, take it to the lab, making it so they don't have to file with the state tax assessor. Is that essentially?
Yeah, this is certainly just clean up in language. The sample collector was a way to facilitate and make sure that there was an ability for licensees and the labs to be able to transport the samples, and we created this license type to help facilitate the transportation of samples. And it's certainly clean up as they don't need the sales tax. So we're just making sure that the language doesn't require it since it's not needed.
Okay, Representative Corey.
Sorry, my hand was still up. I'm fine with that.
Oh, no problem. Okay, now this also strikes a, I guess we can take out the shared facility. It looks like part D. And then I guess the last part would be repealing the sunset on licensee self-sampling for the purpose of mandatory testing. And this director was something that we put into place so that a licensee can get their product, take it to the testing facility, kind of as a simpler way until we get these collector licenses up and running. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. The licensees are allowed to self-sample and transport those samples to a testing facility as long as they follow the SOPs put forward by the Office of Marijuana Policy. And that's the way that we've been operating up to this point.
Okay. Questions on this element? Okay. Seeing none. I guess, let's see. Thank you, Sam. Okay, so I don't know what the committee's feelings are on those. I know we did have, obviously had some significant concerns with the building part, but if people are good with the other sections, it's something that we might be able to push through in this bill to get some work done. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would move ought to pass LD 605, amending it to take out the section about however it's listed there, shared space.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay, so a motion about to pass is amended by Representative McCray and seconded by Representative Tuttle. And that is removing the part, I guess the fourth part in the analysis on the same building to conduct sales.
Right.
Sam, did you need some clarification?
Yeah, I just wanted to double check on the definition of seedling if you wanted to remove that piece as well.
Yeah, Representative McCray, are you good to take out that part on seedling since we addressed it in the last bill? Thanks. Great.
Yes.
Thanks, Sam. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only other thing was in Part B, subsection 108. I just wanted to make sure that public health and safety money is specific for marijuana, especially where, you know, we're rolling out a new program. This could be a cool thing to do 5 years from now. I just don't want to do it right now. Would Representative McCray be amendable to that?
I'm just looking for where you are in the section.
Right. Yeah, so sorry. It was on the public health. Yeah, if you don't mind. Thanks, Sam.
I believe it's right here that Representative Corey is referring to, and I think my understanding of the request is just to make sure that this piece remains specific to marijuana. Is that correct?
If that's okay with Representative Corey, that's okay with me.
B3.
Great. I think that was your question, right, Representative Corey, that we make this marijuana specific for now?
Yeah, I just wanted marijuana specific. So if that's okay with everyone, I'm good.
That sounds good. And that, yeah. And just one last item, Representative McCray, your motion does your motion include an emergency? I know we had discussed that, as Representative Corey had pointed out, which would help the agency get it moving quicker. Is that good?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Great. Thank you. You good with that, Representative Tuttle?
Yes, ditto, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gosh, so much thrown at us, and I unfortunately had a couple of calls. I'm dealing with something on my side of things, but does this require mandatory testing in any way? I know that we've got some bills that require that and some that don't. I'm just trying to follow it.
Yeah, no, this one does not, unless I missed it. Sam, does this have any mandatory testing?
No, this bill does not include mandatory testing, and just for clarification too, this this bill is making changes to the adult use program, which already has testing provisions. So I think that the mandatory testing, from my understanding from the testimony, that people are concerned about is at least now is in reference to the medical program. I could be wrong though.
Great. Any other questions, I guess, on the motion before us? Okay, seeing none. The motion again is ought to pass as amended. It was made by Representative McCray and seconded by Representative Tuttle. We will proceed to a roll call vote. If you're ready, Karen, please. Oh, sorry, Darlene. And Darlene, you're still muted, sorry. It was probably good that you were muted when I called you Karen.
Yeah, I corrected you.
Yeah,
I corrected you. Senator Lucchini.
Yep. Yes, thanks. Sorry
Senator,
about that, too, by
that's
the way.
okay.
Yep.
Senator Hickman is absent. Senator Farren.
Karen, Darlene, I'll be a yes.
Representative Ciazzo.
Yes.
Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle.
Yes, Mary Ann.
Representative Briley.
Yes.
Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Kinney.
I'm a yes, and Senator Farren should know who you are.
Yeah, I would think so. Representative Harrington is not here. Representative Corey.
Yes.
And Representative Dolliff.
Yes.
11 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 2 absent.
Great. Thank you, Darlene.
You're welcome.
So unanimous of those present. Anyone absent will have until noon on the second day to cast their vote. Okay, so next up, Representative Corey.
Thank you. I have other legislative business that I have to go handle for the afternoon. So I just wanted to say goodbye to the committee and good luck on these bills.
Great.
Representative Corey, before you leave, he's already gone. Oh, no, there he is. Can you vote on a bill that we missed earlier? That you weren't here?
Yeah, it was just it was unanimous ought not to pass, correct?
Correct. Yep, on 613.
Yeah, I'll stick with everybody on that.
Okay, and I'll grab Representative Bradley while we're at it.
Same. Ditto.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, next up on the list, so I guess we can go to LD 1029. And at some point, if people want, we can take a lunch break as well, if needed. So we'll get started on 1029.
Is everybody ready?
Yep, thanks.
Okay, so LD 1029 is an act to amend the Marijuana Legalization Act and the laws governing the taxation of marijuana. This bill makes the following changes to the Marijuana Legalization Act and the laws governing the taxation of marijuana. First, it permits an adult use cultivation facility licensee to accept from registered caregivers and registered dispensaries unlimited transfers of marijuana plants, marijuana seeds, marijuana flower, and marijuana trim until 2 years after the date the Department of Administrative and Financial Services issues the first active cultivation facility license, or a later date set in rule by the department. Second, it permits registered caregivers and registered dispensaries to transfer an unlimited number of marijuana plants and marijuana seeds and unlimited amount of marijuana flower and marijuana trim to an adult use cultivation facility licensee until October 1st, 2021, or a later date set in rule by the department. If the department does not extend by rule the date by which a registered caregiver or registered dispensary may make unlimited authorized transfers to adult use cultivation facility licensees, a registered caregiver or registered dispensary that has already made an authorized transfer may make one or more transfer, and a registered caregiver or registered dispensary that has not made an authorized transfer may make one authorized transfer to an adult use cultivation facility licensee. And third, it requires cultivation facility licensees to remit excise taxes on transfers of marijuana flower and marijuana trim received from a registered caregiver or registered dispensary. Also, this bill is an emergency, effective immediately upon enactment and requiring 2/3 vote of the legislature to pass. Once again, you'll see I provided a side-by-side here. I provided more of the current statutory language in this bill than I did for the others, even when you were seeing like simple strikes, just because I thought it might be helpful with the to put into context some of the slightly bigger pieces of new text. And then going down to the bottom, I just noted that there's currently no fiscal impact information available. But that's all I have so far.
Thanks, Sam. Any questions from the committee regarding the analysis? All right. If Director Gunderson's still there, I had a question. I know that there was some discussion, I believe, around the necessity of the urgency of allowing transfer. And it seems to, I'm just wondering if that sense of urgency is still there.
Right. Again, and the department brought this back because this had unanimous support from the committee and I believe stakeholders last year. However, we were having that conversation before the launch of the adult use program. And really the influx of flower and trim was to address any perceived shortages of products with a nascent industry. We've obviously been up and running for 6 to 7 months, but again, we still brought it back because it had that support. However, at this time, we know there is differing opinions on this proposal now from different licensees within the program. So really, when we had presented this bill, we did ask that you did pay attention to that testimony, considering there are some concerns out there from others and then some that fully support it. And as so that's kind of the pitch that we made.
Okay. Chairman Lucchini.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think to Director Gunderson's point, this was one that we passed last summer or had voted unanimously, and all parts of the industry were fully supportive. And now, as we've kind of found ourselves, a year later, people do have opposition to some, I guess, elements of it. So, but I think there could be still some benefit to looking to parts of it if the committee is acceptable of that. But just curious where people want to be.
Anybody want to weigh in? Representative Speaker.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to support it just because of some of the points that have been brought up about how it'll make it a harder market for medical marijuana, and I don't know if there would be any unintended consequences to the medical marijuana side of things. I mean, I'm happy to listen. I try to go back and look at all the testimony from that day, and on the site, it seems like it's kind of a big jumble. Like there's some testimonies from one day under it and here and there, so it's really hard to kind of narrow in on testimony for that bill specifically. But there's a lot of, from what I can see, neither for nor against, but a lot of hesitancy about unintended consequences on damage it could do to medical marijuana, and so I'm kind of I'm leaning towards not supporting it, but I'm happy to, listen to other people and kind of weigh it out.
Okay. Chairman Lucchini.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think, just trying to think back to the way this originated, I think the department had initially recommended a one-time transfer. At the time, we, based on the entire industry saying they wanted to do more, allowed it to be broad. So if the committee's interested, we could do allow for the one-time transfer, or if people are not interested, we can just kill the bill. I'm good with wherever people are on this one, obviously, if there's I guess, is there a need, Director, in the adult use market for supply that isn't being addressed currently under the supply chain?
Put me on the spot there with that. I mean, I know there are some applicants in the pipeline that aren't vertically integrated that think there might be challenges with supply with not having a cultivation or manufacturing license to help self-supply. But right now, a lot of those earlier supply concerns have already started to work themselves out with the applicants, or excuse me, with the active licensees that we do have now. So you're going to get 10 different answers from 10 different licensees or applicants.
Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel the same way that Representative Supika stated. And then I just heard the director say you can ask 10 different things, you're gonna have 10 different answers. So that's a warning sign for me, because if it's clear cut, there's only one answer. So I cannot do this. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Chairman Lucchini.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And so, Director, this is probably one where, if it isn't an emergency bill, like I think the bill is an emergency on its own, but if we can't pass it as an emergency, it wouldn't be effective in September, then this may not even be an issue anyway at that point. So if there is significant division, then there may not be a future for this bill. And it's certainly not a hill I'm gonna die on. So yeah, I'm happy to do what the committee would like.
Yeah, I guess I'll weigh in. I mean, it's not, my only thing is I know we're never going to please everybody all the time. If there are participants who would like to participate in this, it's not mandatory. It gives them the option. It gives them the option with a sunset. So, but again, it's not something that it's near to dear in my heart. If the committee is, feels like the path of least resistance would be ought not to pass, then I certainly could support that. But I don't think it's overly burdensome or overly prescriptive in that it doesn't force people to do anything. It allows them to enter into the commercial agreement if they so choose. Representative Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If appropriate, I'd like to make a motion of ought not to pass.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Representative Supika. All right. So motion of ought not to pass, moved by Representative Dolph, seconded by Representative Supika. Any further discussion or comment? All right, seeing none. Darlene, when you are ready, please call the roll.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Representative Ciazzo.
Yes.
Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Harrington is absent. Representative Corey is absent. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
11 in the affirm, 10 in the affirmative, and 3 absent.
Thank you, Darlene. So the motion ought not to pass is unanimous. The other 3 absentees have 2 days to cast their votes. And with Senator Lucchini back, I will turn the gavel back over to him for the next work session.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. So I guess next on our list, maybe we can go to LD 882. LD 882 is an act to amend the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act. And this was another department bill, I guess largely related to the conversation we had this morning. So it may be helpful to get Sam's analysis, and then just from based on the conversations this morning, it may be one that we'll want to table and take a little more time, but would like to see the analysis for sure. So thanks, Sam. I'll turn it over to you.
All right. This bill authorizes the department to do the following things. The first is to place an administrative hold on marijuana plants and harvested marijuana, or impose an administrative hold on certain registry identification card holders and registration certificate holders. Second, it allows them to permanently revoke registry identification cards and registration certificates issued by the department. And third, it allows the department to assess fines for misconduct by a registered caregiver retail store, dispensary, manufacturing facility, or person authorized to engage in marijuana extraction using inherently hazardous substances up to $10,000. It authorizes the department to assess fines for misconduct by registered caregivers or assistants or other authorized agents of a registered caregiver, caregiver retail store, dispensary, manufacturing facility, or person authorized to engage in marijuana extraction using inherently hazardous substances up to $2,000. As before, I tried to provide side-by-side for changes made by this law. Just a few notes for the committee here. The administrative holds in subsection 6, I believe were modeled on similar provisions in the adult use statute in section 803A. Just the language, the kind of language they're using to describe the administrative hold process. The fines in section, for the fines in section 3 of the bill that state fines in addition to other penalties, I think potentially could cause confusion about whether fines stack generally. So if we move up to section 3 and we see this sentence right here, any fine imposed by the department pursuant to the section are in addition to any criminal or civil penalties that may be imposed pursuant to other applicable laws or rules. There's nothing wrong with saying this, but it may, by implication, make some wonder why it's not stated in every instance. If the committee is inclined to have this kind of clarification here to make sure that it's crystal clear that fines stack, you could go with language such as, nothing in the section may be construed to prevent the enforcement of additional criminal or civil penalties that may apply, or something to that effect. And then just in terms of technical edits, there's quite a bit of language in this bill. I tried to review it as closely as I could for this work session, but there are some provisions that potentially could be clarified with minor tech edits that I have not yet identified. And then I'll also point this committee to the document provided by the department on, the definitions of minor versus major violations, which are referenced in the new language in this bill. That's all I have for now.
Great, thank you, Sam. And when you said the document about major versus minor, was that in those charts basically, or was it a different document?
It was a PDF, and I can pull it up for you on the screen as well.
Cool. I think I see it now. Yep.
Okay. Cool. I think I titled it violation definitions or something like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. Great. Any questions for Sam on the analysis so far on this one? I think, let's see. LD 882. Seeing none, I think kind of as we alluded to this morning, we just got a ton of new information from the department on oversight and inspections and complaints and things. And this seems like it may be one that would be better dealt with while we kind of deal with some of the other bills with rules and things like that. We'd also asked generally for people to offer suggestions on fines and things that they thought would be better levels. I don't know if we've heard a lot, but if people can obviously weigh in whenever they feel by email. Representative Tuttle.
Chairman, I move this item be tabled to a later date.
Okay. Motion to table by Representative Tuttle. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion to table by Representative Tuttle, seconded by Representative Kinney. Okay. So we will proceed to a roll call vote. Darlene, please.
Senator Lucchini,
Yes.
Senator Hickman is absent. Senator Farren,
Yes.
Representative Ciazzo,
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative Tuttle,
Yes.
Representative Briley,
Yes.
Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Harrington is absent. Representative Corey is absent. And Representative Dolph.
Yes.
10 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 3 absent.
Thank you, Darlene. So we'll schedule that one later. And again, we'll have a number of other bills on Monday of next week, and we can start working through those. And then I think we'll be spending a lot of time on the issue. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chair, I probably shouldn't do this, but you know me, the background from Marianne Kinney, Marianne, that's a pretty interesting background. Could you explain it?
It's all right with you, Mr. Chair. I can give a quick synopsis.
I was wondering if that was real earlier. I was like, that's a lot of birds.
Big birds there, Marianne, right?
Yeah. That is a real picture of the tree right outside my farm, right outside my sliding glass window in my living room, with I think about 22 or 23 bald eagles. They love our compost, and it overlooks our.
They look pretty big. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Now I promised.
That's mature and immature eagles, but yeah, that's a real picture, real tree on my farm.
Well, Marianne, I promise to keep quiet now.
That's incredible. I've never seen that many eagles together. That's crazy. Let's see. I guess we'll move on down the list to LD 301, Sam, if we can, an act regarding adult use marijuana. And this was a concept draft that submitted bullet points or something, right? If I remember right.
That's correct. And this concept, so the language submitted for this concept draft included both bullet points and some specific statutory changes. And as you'll quickly see in my summary, there were recommended changes to both the adult use and the medical program in this bill. So before I go into this, I will also say that I had spoken to Mike Saxel, who I believe the sponsor had worked with to put these proposals together. I think he's here today if the committee has specific questions. I tried to do my best to summarize each of these proposals as best as I could understand them.
Yeah, I think I definitely fully understand the difficulty in working with concept drafts, and it puts you in a strange position to try to analyze, I'm sure. So,
yeah. So most of what I did here is provide like the best the description I could of what they're proposing. So that's what you'll see, and with that, I'll get going. So, this proposed amendment will make the changes to both the adult use and medical marijuana programs as followed. So regarding the adult use program, the first proposal would be to amend the department's rulemaking authority in regard to testing and the relevant statutory labeling requirements for consistency to specify that when determining whether a sample of marijuana product exceeds the 10 milligram per serving limit and the 100 milligram package limits required by Title 28B, Section 703, a marijuana testing facility must account for uncertainty as follows. So the first would be that the allowable operator deviation is 1 milligram per serving, replacing the percentage calculation with a flat rate. The second would be that the allowable laboratory deviation is 0.5 milligram per serving, also replacing the percentage calculation with a flat rate. And that the allowable cumulative deviation is not more than 1.5 milligrams per serving. Additionally, they wanted to make clear with this proposal that tested product may exceed the 10 milligram serving limit and the 100 milligram package limit without penalty, as long as the deviation is no greater than what's been described as allowed above. The second change would be to allow for transfers of product between any two licensees, both upstream and downstream, as long as compliance with track and trace is maintained. So, for example, a cultivator could transfer product to a manufacturer for refinement into another form, such as an extract, and the manufacturer could then transfer the product back to the cultivator for sale and distribution. And I think the goal of this proposal was that this would enable situations where a cultivator could both grow and create its own marijuana product line, vape cartridges, containers, etc. So moving on to the proposed changes to the medical program. The first would be to eliminate all registration card variations and create one card that maintains all current requirements, including background checks for assistants, vendors, caregivers, and contractors. And this would be intended to allow assistants and others to satisfy all the requirements under one card and have the ability to work in multiple facilities rather than having to get a different card tied to each. And would also allow certain specialists to operate in multiple facilities without the requirement of being constantly monitored because they're working in a facility their registration isn't tied to. The second would be to eliminate the requirement to report on peers and only require self-reporting through the track and trace program. And they noted when I spoke to them for clarification that the support for this provision is reliant on track and trace being maintained within the medical program. The third would be to repeal the prohibition on adult and medical use being located in the same building with certain restrictions. So that would be to maintain separate entrances, allow for a shared entryway, prohibit commingling of the product in all aspects of the businesses, but that both businesses would still be required to obtain all the necessary local authorization from the municipality. The fourth would be to allow manufacturers to keep and resell a percentage of product they are given to process as a payment alternative. And this would enable smaller cultivators who don't have much capital on hand to afford manufacturing. And the fifth would be to eliminate the 40-pound limit on manufacturing of inherently hazardous substances for a Tier 3 facility regulated by track and trace. Also, this proposal amended certain tax provisions related to marijuana. So, and those are shown below, so I will show them to you after I read this. But the first would be to amend provisions for calculating gross federal income tax, both for personal and corporate, by allowing the deduction of expenses related to a testing facility, manufacturing facility, or marijuana establishment. And the second would be to amend definitions related to the taxation of vaping devices for a electronic smoking device and tobacco product. And as you can see here, they provided the specific changes, so I just included them below. And just a couple general notes for the committee that there are a number of bills under consideration that amend the provisions prohibiting the co-location of adult and medical use retail space. And again, I provided that summary here below, so you didn't have to go back to the other bill. I've already read this through to the committee, but I'm happy to go through it again. The second note is that other provisions in this bill, because it's broad, may overlap with other proposals that I've not identified yet, and the other bills under consideration by the committee. So that's just something to keep in mind. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you, Sam. Representative Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, what did Sam say about the vaping part of the bill? What are we doing, Sam?
Sure, let me actually pull it back up so the language is right in front of us. So this part it amends the taxation provisions related to an electronic smoking device, as shown right here. And you can see electronic smoking device means a device used to deliver nicotine, and they add or any other substance intended for human consumption. And I believe that's intended to cover, vaping of marijuana product. And then also amended the tobacco products definition to refer to electronic smoking devices and liquids used in electronic smoking devices, whether or not they contain nicotine.
What are we doing here, Sam? I have a hard time comprehending what we're trying to do in layman's terms.
Okay, in the people who worked with the sponsor might have a better time of explaining this, but I believe what this would do is it would essentially bring marijuana products under the applicable tax provisions for electronic smoking devices and tobacco products.
So it would raise the fees, is that correct?
I think it would make the taxes, the relevant taxes, applicable to like marijuana vaping products. And I can find out for you what those are. I did not have that prepared. I'm sorry.
Okay, well.
So,
lead on, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you all set? Sure. So I think, do we have Director Gunderson in here? Okay. I guess I have some concerns with quite a few concerns with this bill, and obviously it's hard to totally know exactly what's going on with a list of bullet points. But Director Gunderson, so this variation in testing, where it has the deviations by a full milligram, is that something that concerns OMP?
I think possibly the full milligram does. I definitely understand, or we at OMP definitely understand what the sponsor of the bill is trying to get at with the hard cap of the 10 and 100 milligrams. So there is lab variation, but if they were to go just a fraction over that 10 milligram or 100 milligram limit, it would fail that testing. So we would be open if the legislature was also open to the idea of having some type of variant to allow a little bit of a buffer there. Because what we're seeing right now is if an individual or a licensee is trying to produce an edible product that's 10 milligrams, in order to make sure that they don't surpass that 10 milligram unit and fail testing, they'll actually shoot for a lower dosage of 8.5 or 9 without that variance. So we'd be open to it, but I would want to make sure, well, first I would want to see the language and loop in our partners over to the main CDC to, again, make sure that we're getting at what the sponsor is looking to get at and making sure that we're doing it in a way that still is protecting public health in a responsible way.
Thank you. Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Gunnison, when you talk about the percentages in single servings, does that like include like a cookie? You would test a cookie and see how much is in it?
Yeah, correct. So on the adult use side of the house, there are limits on the amount of THC that can be in a product. So in one product, it can be up to 100 milligrams, but the individual servings within that package, that 100 milligrams, has to be portioned out at 10 milligrams a piece. Did that answer your question?
Can I have a follow-up, Ms. Chair? It does, but it brings up my point that in the 129th, we discussed that. That issue happened to come up, and it was brought to my attention that when you're baking something like that, and if you're making marijuana cookies or brownies or whatever, you really don't know what segment of that serving is going to have. I mean, you might get a cookie that doesn't have much, and you might get a cookie that has too much. And say, you know, and that's my concern with this. Thank you.
I'll respond by saying I might be confused, but part of what you're saying might be alleviated with the testing for homogeneity. So if you have an individual edible, we'll use your example, the cookie, it's tested to make sure that the THC is throughout that cookie evenly. So if you're to take one bite of one side, it's going to be the same to take the other bite of the other side. And the second part is these are sophisticated establishments and operations. They have fairly tight SOPs and procedures in which they use to make their edibles, certainly within the adult use market. So I hope there could be some predictability, and there certainly must be, considering there's mandatory testing. So I don't know if there's a wide variance in a manufacturing facility producing the same edible with the same process.
Thank you. I just know that was a concern, and it was Honorable Ackley that pointed out that there's no way you can evenly test and have knowing what cookie has what and making of the products, and that brought up a big concern for me. So thank you.
I think, Director, another issue I kind of have concerns with is this transfer of product between two licensees, both upstream and downstream. So this is if you're vertically integrated. From the department's perspective, what are your thoughts on that element?
While we support a lot of the initiatives in this proposal, this is certainly one that I would not be supportive of. Just the way that the industry and our inventory tracking is designed, it's essentially a one-way street, and it's certainly been working. So I understand what the sponsor is trying to get at, but this was one of the very few in this proposal that OMP would not be supportive of.
Right, and I guess just working kind of through the list, on the medical side, they talk about this eliminating all card variations and making one card. It seems like that's a pretty business friendly thing for the medical community. Is that something OMP supports?
Yeah,
sorry.
We've been public about the fact that we would support that transition it would essentially be a 2 cards. You would still have to have a registered caregiver card, which essentially serves as the license, but officers, directors, employees, vendors, we could certainly go to the 1 card system. So the example that's easiest to walk through is a caregiver assistant. Currently, you can be a caregiver assistant for 10 caregivers, but you're going to need 10 different cards. We certainly can get to a place where we would only require 1 of those cards.
Okay. Representative Tuttle.
You mentioned, Mr. Chair, that Mike Saxel had been involved in the drafting of this bill. Would you like to recognize him if he'd like to speak? Would that be appropriate or not, Mr. Chair?
If you have questions for Mr. Saxel, we can have him in, but it's not an open testimony time, if that's your intention.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'd like to ask maybe a few questions, if that would be. Yeah.
We're bringing him in right now. While we do that, Representative Chiazzo, did you have a question for Director Gunderson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, I know, Director Gunderson, you were talking about the licensing for caregivers and assistant caregivers. Can you help me out again with this VIP card that we heard about this morning from the deputy director? Because that sounds like it's a little wonky to me.
Yeah, well, I will tell you up front, the VIP card is not one that's issued by the Office of Marijuana Policy. And it just sounds like a compliance issue that our deputy director has seen within our compliance and inspection program. Certainly, any sales to non-patients is a non-starter for the Office of Marijuana Policy. And I think that specific example, again, speaks to the reason why we have other department bills and proposals on the table.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think, as Sam pointed out, there is a considerable amount of overlap on some of these elements and some other bills. Representative Tuttle, we've got Mr. Saxel in. Welcome.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Saxel, I guess from a testimony, I'm just asking, are there parts of the legislation that you feel more strongly about, and other sections after the testimony that you would agree to have removed?
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Thank you, Chairman Lucchini. So we certainly understand the department's opposition to the upstream downstream suggestion, and we try to work as collaboratively as possible with the department. And so if they feel like it's not the right time or that their provisions won't work for that, we would be willing to give that up immediately. In terms of the one card, we think it just simplifies the process both for the regulator and for the business operators. And so over a time period, if the department felt that that was appropriate, we think that they could grow into or shrink into one, actually in this case, two cards, the caregiver and the assistant and other vendors. And that would make sure that everybody was held to the same standard and had the same background check, and would create efficiencies as well as improve security. In terms of the testing, I heard folks be concerned about that. We would be willing to lower that threshold. The challenges you heard in the separate testimony on a separate legislation is that within individual laboratories, there's deviations on their own testing, and then between laboratories, there's deviation between those laboratories. And so to create some modest variance, so in this instance, instead of maybe having it be 1 milligram for the manufacturer and a 0.5 milligram for the testing entity, maybe combining those and having a maximum deviation, of 1 milligram overall or something like that might be an appropriate, middle ground on that. I would think on the taxation issues, you probably want to punt those over to the tax committee, and they may not be appropriate for this committee at all. They were added late for Ms. King, and so they may not be appropriate for this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Saxel.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Saxel, for coming in. Typically when you're doing testing, there's a standard deviation plus or minus X. I have to assume that the limit of 10 milligrams, 100 milligrams are there for a reason. Is that a safety concern, or is that an arbitrary number? I guess that's maybe a question for the director, not really right now. But my follow-up would be, if those numbers are hard numbers, you got to take that standard deviation into account. It's a maximum limit, right? So I guess my concern would be exceeding that limit, giving that wiggle room to exceed that limit. I understand the ambiguity of the testing and the ambiguity of the outcome, but I would think we would, for safety reasons, would want to shoot lower and make that a maximum limit. Does that make sense?
To me, I think that the challenge with that is that right now manufacturers are trying to manufacture to below the limit, and they're selling a 10 milligram product which has 9 milligrams in it, and so that the consumer isn't getting what they paid for. And so our goal is to have a slight up and down. It does not need to be 1.5 milligrams, certainly, but whatever that right number is that the director thinks is the right number, that would give a more consistent product for the consumer. At least that's our goal.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair, with the director?
Yep.
Yeah, if I could, Director Gunderson, those levels of 10 milligrams and 100 milligrams, where did those thresholds come from?
Those came from the Marijuana Legalization Implementation Committee when they wrote the MLA, and they certainly were put into place for public health and public safety reasons. It's just if this committee determines that needs to be a hard cap or not, I certainly support the dosage limits, but I also understand where Mr. Saxel and his client are with that being a hard cap and the current practice of shooting low in order to make sure that you clear or come under that threshold.
Mr. Chair, follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry. Would there be, I know it's a marketing issue, but is there anything that would prevent you from saying up to or not more than 10 milligrams? simply from a safety or compliance, perspective, or clearly stating somewhere it's a range, so you're not labeling it as 10 milligrams and the consumer is going back and saying it's 9.8, so I'm not getting what I'm paying for. As long as you label that properly, that says, no more, not to exceed, or no more than 10, or, greater than something on there, so the customer is informed. Is that too cumbersome, or is that something that's plausible?
So I'm sorry, was that a question for me or Mr. Saxel?
No, that was for you, Director Gunderson. My apologies.
Yeah. Hate to speak for industry and how they're doing it. I would imagine that's plausible, and they can certainly do that within the regulations as they stand now, I believe. I would have to double check that and certainly circle back with an answer for you, because I don't want to say something that turns out not to be true.
Thank you.
Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Mr. Saxel, I appreciate your comment on the tax issue. I was going to ask you about that, and I agree with you. I think that's for the tax committee, and in fact, I know there's legislation around that. So, thank you.
It's good to know. I think this has a fair amount of overlap. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Saxel while we have him in? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry, Representative McCrate, did you have a question? Or is that? Okay.
Actually, on a different issue, I wanted to say, wow, Sam, well done with the bullet list. Thank you.
I received a lot of help.
It is great. Yeah, it's really helpful to see the exact elements on. Yeah, it's great. Okay, other questions from the director. Obviously, this one has that co-location element in it again, which is something I think the department's opposed before, and obviously there's differing opinions here, correct? Is that?
Yeah, I believe the way that this bill is drafted, it's similar to the way that the department bill is drafted. As far as getting rid of the word building, and again, revisiting this whole strip mall idea, and I think the committee's made it pretty clear where they are on that, so.
Yeah. And in terms of the 40-pound, eliminating the 40-pound limit on manufacturing inherently hazardous substances, does the department have a view on that?
I think we could be supportive of that. Right now they do, so this would be for a standalone manufacturing facility, not necessarily, I believe, at least from the bullet points, that it's not for a caregiver dispensary operation, but a standalone manufacturing facility.
The tier 3 facility, it looks like.
Yeah, and as far as what actually happens within the program, and they allow for wholesaling, that they can have more than that, and certainly for inherently hazardous substance extraction facilities, we've heard that they could certainly, or in reality, there is more products in those facilities.
Okay, thank you, Director. Other questions from the committee at this time? I know it's difficult probably for the department to weigh in where it's not really spelt out on in statute, or really we don't have language, but I do think that one card, making the card, eliminating all the variations of card and going with one seems to be something that the community would very much like, and just from a business perspective would probably help them tremendously. But again, it will all depend on the details of how it's crafted, and right now we don't really have much. Is this something, Director, that you were planning to offer anyway, I believe, in a different vehicle?
I know we have been supportive of it, and I believe it's in other vehicles, but we would be happy to work with the bill sponsor and other stakeholders to come forward with language that would certainly make the administrative process easier and transition to that one card system. If that's something the committee would like, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate, yeah, if you can come up with some language that would help with the one card thing, because I think that seems to be something broadly supported, and when we get something like that, we can jump on it. But other than that, I do have concerns with the bill as written, as bulleted. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the only thing I was really thinking we could say about that was the card and maybe a couple of the other bullet points, but it sounds like it's, I think based on the way the bill is presented now and the other vehicles that we have and the conversation we just had with Director Gunnarsson, I would make a motion that ought not to pass.
Got a motion of ought not to pass by Representative Chiazzo. Is there a second?
Second.
By, I think that was Riley, Representative Riley? Okay. Okay, any further discussion on this? Representative McCray.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the part that stood out to me was the card. And as long as we can put that someplace else, I'm fine with this idea.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. And Director Gunnarsson, if you can get us some language that you would recommend and run it by some people, that would be really helpful. Any other discussion at this time? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought not to pass. It was made by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Riley. And so seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a roll call. And we've got Karen back. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dalla.
Hi, Karen. Yes.
Hi. Representative Dalla, yes. It's nice to be missed. 11 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Karen. So unanimous of those present and people absent will have until noon on the second day. Thank you. All right, so once we get that recorded, we'll move to the final bill on today's list. I believe it's the final one. Is that right, Sam? Looks like LD 353.
I believe so, unless I missed one.
Okay.
Just kidding. I'm pretty sure I didn't miss one.
I did miss one?
No. Okay. I was just kidding. Sorry.
I could very easily have.
All right. Can everybody see this?
Yep. And
all right.
So, and actually, Sam, did we get language on this, or is this?
We did. Yeah, and I have done what I did in the previous bills and shown it in this side by side. Also, I know there was, I think there was some confusion if we had received language. It was in the online LD file, like among the testimony.
Okay.
And it, and also one thing I forgot to mention for the whole committee is at the top here. This link, the title of the bill is actually a hyperlink to the online LD file, including the testimony.
That's awesome, because it takes me forever to get to that. That's super helpful. Thanks.
Sorry I didn't mention that earlier. Am I coming through clearly for everybody?
I can, yep.
Okay, my video is like jittery for all the members. I don't know why, but as long as you can hear me all right.
It's
okay.
It's smooth so far. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. So, so this bill or this amendment to the concept draft would repeal the prohibition on medical marijuana collectives, which by definition includes cooperatives. And in addition, the amendment would do the following: it repeals the definition of collective, And this isn't, my apologies, this is in Title 22. It provides for licensure of medical marijuana cooperatives. It allows licensed marijuana cooperatives to cultivate, obtain, process, manufacture, package, and brand marijuana and marijuana products, and to sell marijuana and marijuana products to marijuana establishments and consumers. It brings marijuana cooperatives under the current provisions for tracking, record keeping, inspections, incident and illegal activity reporting, and procedures for suspending or terminating licensure. And additionally, current law allows medical marijuana caregivers to engage in conduct or activities together for the benefit of mutual qualifying patient under an employer and assistant relationship, and when sharing common areas. And this amendment preserves authorization for engaging in that conduct in those activities. And as you'll see, the reason this bullet was necessary is because part of this bill actually repeals the section of law that does this, and then it brings it back. I think that was just because it was related to one of the prohibitions that the bill was trying to remove. So as before, I have done this side by side, and you can see here, like, for example, there's the definition of collective. All these are hyperlinked, and just moving down through the bill. So I just made some notes, and most of these are just technical questions I have, and they may be easily resolved. They may not be major issues, but I wanted to note them for the committee. So first is regarding the requirements of a marijuana cooperative. Some of these pieces may require clarification. So there's a restriction on members having a controlling interest in or being employed by another marijuana business entity. And I just am not sure if that has implications for certain types of caregivers who want to be part of a cooperative. There's a requirement that at least one of the members have filed income tax indicating farm income in the previous year. And it's unclear to me if that essentially requires at least one member to be a cultivator or have been in the industry for at least a year before a cooperative can be formed. And then there's a provision that restricts each cooperative to only one cooperative license. And I'm not sure what that means. I have a guess that it might have to do with like a location of a cooperative, as in it might prohibit there being like a cooperative that has like locations in many different places, but I'm not really sure. And then the bill refers to the cooperatives being operated in, according to principles by an internationally known alliance of cooperatives. And I'm not sure what this is getting at, if it's trying to target a specific organization. I tried looking into this. It seemed like there might have been more than one organization that this could apply to, and what such, principles, entail. So I'm not really sure about that piece. And then, the amendment does remove the definition for collectives, but does not really define marijuana cooperative as far as I can tell. So that might be something that if the committee wants to move forward with this, just making crystal clear by definition what a cooperative is. And then I think at the public hearing, there were many questions about whether cooperatives are subject to municipal approval. And I think reading through the proposed amendment, I would guess that by implication, they would be if all the members have to receive municipal approval, but I'm really not sure. So that may be another piece that the committee wants to clarify if you move forward with this bill. And that's all I have for now, unless there are questions.
Great, thank you, Sam. Any questions from the committee at this time? Representative Supika, and then Representative Wood.
Thank you. It's not, is this only question, are we only opening up for questions for Sam, or are we talking questions in general?
Anything. Yeah, general's good. Yep.
I noticed that one of the sponsors.
Representative Topeka, can you get closer? You're in the can. You get the can sound again.
I noticed that one of the sponsors is in the attendees room, Representative Warren. I was wondering if we could invite her in to kind of speak to some of those questions at the end of the analysis.
Sure. Yep. We can bring in Representative Warren. Representative Wood, did you have a question for Sam, or was yours also directed towards, or just generally? Oh.
I don't know who my question is directed.
Okay. Go for it. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we'll bring in Representative Warren, and then see if she's. Welcome, Representative Warren. So Representative Topeka, did you have some questions?
Yeah, when they, at the end of the analysis, I don't know if you were able to follow along. I have it pulled up here. There was several questions the requirements of marijuana cooperatives may require some clarification as follows. Like on the different types of would there be restrictions on members having controlling interests, et cetera? Like, were you able to follow along on those questions that the analysis raised? Because I don't want to just read them all off if you have them in front of you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. Yes, I was listening. I have to say that I put this bill in on behalf of Mr. Dawson, Julia, and other folks. And as you might imagine, I have not been communicating with Dawson about this bill. I am certain that there are other experts possibly in the room that may be able to answer those questions. I am not the expert. So I wanted to be here to listen. I'm sorry that I cannot offer expertise.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Representative. Anyone in particular that you have in the?
Well, I can't see who's in there. That's the problem with being on this side. Or at least I don't think I can see.
Mr. Chair.
I'm on my phone and in Criminal Justice Committee. So it looks like Susan Meehan may be there.
Great. I think Senator Hickman may know, and he's probably on 2 committees as well.
This is hard. Thank you. Oh, there he is. Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Hickman, do you have a direction for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am listening and I have to go back, but I do believe that Susan Meehan is in the lobby and she can probably answer the question on behalf of the Cannabis Coalition who put the bill in through Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator. So we should be bringing in Susan now. Yep, okay. And I'm sorry, Representative Wood, if you wanted to ask your question, you can put it out while we bring people in and out. So I didn't mean to cut you off earlier.
Yeah, no, I was waiting. I didn't realize you were ready for me. My question, I have 2, and the first one is maybe for Mr. Gunderson, but if as a caregiver, I wanted to I shouldn't use the word grow, but expand my operation, is it possible for me to become a dispensary rather than trying to create a new law that says I can be a cooperative? I was a little confused when we first heard this bill back in, I think it was early March. Somebody said, well, there aren't any more dispensaries available. It was capped at 8, but then I heard later that cap has been removed. So I just wondered if that's an option for people that want to expand their business.
Yeah, Director, can you walk us through that?
Yeah, certainly. If you remember back to our public testimony, the office and the department are in opposition to this bill for a number of reasons. And one of them you alluded to, for caregivers that wish to have multi-member business entities and to grow their business, the cap on dispensaries has since been removed, and we can have an unlimited number of dispensaries, which you're allowed to, obviously you're still vertically integrated. You can cultivate, manufacture, and have retail sales to patients. You can have an unlimited number of plants, and the state is already in the position where we register dispensaries via the business entity, unlike the caregiver model where we register the natural persons. So that is a model, and I believe that was part of the compromise in 2018, was to remove that cap for those caregivers that wished this type of business model, and it already exists.
And if I could do a follow-up, is there a disadvantage to being a dispensary over a caregiver? I mean, what would be the negative?
Well, certainly not a disadvantage from the state's perspective. The only difference is if you were to become a dispensary, obviously from the original program, the dispensaries were more of the commercial side that had a significantly higher standard as far as regulations are concerned. So you're talking about a different set of regulations, and also the local auth piece, which the department feels is a very important piece, that towns across the state would have the ability to say yes or no. And that's another important piece for the dispensary models, which would be lacking with this proposal.
Can you give me just one example of a regulation that you would have as a dispensary?
As far as the dispensary, well, they currently have significantly higher security standards. We also have the annual inspections from our team. You have the local authorization that's required for them. And you have significantly more controls over the areas and premises in which they're allowed to do their authorized conduct. They're only allowed to do them in 2 locations, whereas right now in the caregivers, there's no cap or limit to where they can conduct their authorized activity.
Okay, so there's no zoning for a caregiver, it sounds like, but for a dispensary, there would be based on the municipality.
Correct. And I will also mention, I believe I brought it up in my testimony, understanding that a lot of caregivers are interested in this model with multi-member entities. In the proposed rule, we did lower the registration price for dispensaries from, I believe it was $13,000 to $5,000 to help facilitate that and allow more to take advantage of that model.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So Representative Supika, we do have Ms. Meehan in the room now, if you'd like to direct a question towards her.
Thank you. Ms. Meehan, were you following along on the some of the areas of clarity needed for the amendment that the OPLA analysis presented?
Yes, I've been following along.
Wonderful. Could you speak to them and give us some clarity as to the intent to the intent, please?
Yes, the intent of this bill is to fall somewhere between a single caregiver and a sole proprietorship or a single person operation to somewhere in between that and a full-fledged dispensary model that is a large undertaking and a large business and subject to higher licensing fees, as Director Gunderson said, and a different level of security criteria and such. So the intent of this bill was more to give, say, right now a husband and wife, for example, or any partnership, not just a husband and wife, can't just say, you know, hey, I'm going to be out of town. Can you take care of the grow? They can't share a grow. They can't share the resources. They can't share the nutrients. So 2 people can have co-location sort of, but they have to have their completely independent grow rooms that don't share resources and don't share nutrients. This would give still a small business, but a medium-sized business, you know, comprised of 2 or maybe 3 caregivers versus going to a full-fledged dispensary level.
So there are specific bullet points at the end of the OPLA analysis where there's questions raised about the amendment. Have you, so one of them is, requirements of marijuana cooperative. The requirement of a marijuana cooperative may require some clarifications as follow. Would the restrictions on members having controlling interest in or employed by another marijuana business entity have I can't all of a sudden read out loud, implications for certain types of caregivers? Do you understand the
Not sure I understand the question totally.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read it and get a better understanding of it.
Would cooperatives be subject to municipal approval?
I don't believe that's clear in the language, but there is a section in Title 22 that does indicate that caregiver storefronts, retail operations are subject to municipal approval. So much as they can't restrict the number of caregivers, but they can have zoning restrictions apparently that can control where in town said caregivers can be located. And that's already in chapter 22. So I would suspect that this would fall under the same criteria as caregivers fall currently.
Any further questions, Representative? Or
no, I'm still kind of unclear on the analysis questions, and I still don't fully understand where there's clarity needed, and I still don't have the clarity, but I see Sam has his hand up, so.
yeah. Yeah, I think those would be something that we'd want to clarify if we're to move ahead, and just to make sure that it's concrete in the law is my guess. But Sam, if you can.
Yeah, I think I just, when I just maybe help to understand the question a little better. So when I asked if the restriction on members having a controlling interest in or employed by another marijuana business entity might have implications for certain type of caregivers, I didn't know if there were. I guess this is tied to me not being clear on what the scope of the cooperative would have been. So now that I've heard from Ms. Meehan that this is kind of envisioned, I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but as an alternative to the dispensary model, it's more clear. I wasn't sure if this would have included members who, had a part in a dispensary or not. So it sounds like that's not the case.
Right. So it was intended to just provide an opportunity somewhere between caregiver and dispensary, but not to put them at a full-fledged dispensary size model.
And my other question on here about the farm income tax was, I guess, I just in reading it as someone who's not familiar with the intent of the bill, I wasn't sure what the implications of that were for who would be, if a certain type of person would have to be, up and running as a caregiver prior to joining a cooperative, or if you could start out as a cooperative in the first instance. Also I had a question, I think my other question was about whether or not cooperatives being restricted to one license meant they could only be in a single location or not. Really, I think a lot of pieces of this, it's not that there's something substantively wrong with the proposal. It's just these are little clarifications that I just wanted to make sure that the committee's thinking about, and that's part of why I also raised the definition piece. That it might be really helpful to have a very clear definition of what a cooperative is and what it's not.
Right. I think understanding.
Ms. Meehan, if you can just hold on just a second. So sorry. And so I think Representative Suppiah, did you have any follow up on that, or are you?
No, I don't. I'm hearing that a clear definition would be needed of what a cooperative is in this instance.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that some of the other questions are sort of been addressed.
Okay.
Just through this discussion. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not so much the intent as much as just clarifying when we write, you know, as if it goes forward. So now, Ms. Meehan, did you want to chime in on that?
Well, the intent here was to this problem it was trying to solve is, I'll give an example. If 2 or more caregivers live in the same house or share the same property, at this current time, they have to maintain completely separate grow areas. They have to use all separate chemicals, etc. So one problem this was trying to solve is that if you're sharing the same space, that you could actually share the same space, the same resources, the same equipment, the same nutrients, because that's not even allowed by current statute. And the second thing it was trying to solve is a model somewhere between one person being a caregiver on their own island and a full dispensary model. So giving a space for a still small business, but a little bigger than a one-person deal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Meehan while we're here? No, Representative Chiazzo, is your question? It is. Okay, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Meehan, for that clarification. I appreciate you recognizing the need for, certainly on the storefront side of things, to have that local authorization. Would that local authorization also extend to the cultivation side of things? Because it looks like you're asking to expand the grow capacity up to 30,000 square feet. And my understanding is right now that's not currently required to be authorized by local municipalities. Is your intent here to require that aspect also to be required by municipalities for authorization?
Did you say that the bill would allow it to grow up to 30,000 square feet?
If I read it correctly, section F under part 5, a marijuana cooperative may cultivate up to 30,000 square feet of total canopy of marijuana, which may be cultivated by members of the marijuana cooperative as determined by the marijuana cooperative on different parcels of land. So that's my question is that seems like it's a pretty big area, right? And so my question would be, was your intention to also allow a local municipality to have to prior authorize that? Because right now I don't believe they have to as a caregiver. Is that correct?
Well, the current language in Title 22 certainly gives municipality control over just about anything but restricting the number of caregivers in the town. This, I would believe, would require municipal authority because it's not just the caregiver, so it's all the other medical marijuana businesses that you could have do require municipality authority already. And I would say that a grow of 30,000 square feet would certainly interest a town, and they should have a say in it.
Yeah.
Okay. So your intent would be to have that yes. Each one of those phases would need municipal approval in order to proceed.
I think that there ought to be a reason, like just a couple, like a husband and wife who don't want to have separate grows anymore, might be a little different than someone wanting to establish a 30,000 square foot grow. So I wouldn't want, a husband and wife who are currently having 2 grows on their property to be subject to the same, where they're 500 square feet each, to the same restrictions as something that's 30,000 square foot.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, it sounds like in the language here, it sounds like even that couple could, the way the bill's written, could conceivably grow up to 30,000 square feet though. Is that they're not limited just because there's 2 people in the cooperative? Is that correct?
I think clarifying a size limitation might be prudent here. And this is just thinking off the cuff because I also didn't realize the nuances of the municipal authority on this, but I think it's certainly something that the committee needs to consider because there's a big difference between 2 caregivers combining their 500 square feet each to 30,000 in our real world here.
Right. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions for the sponsor, or sorry, for Ms. Meehan who brought the bill forward? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Susan, for being here.
Thank you.
Yep. Representative Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While being well-intended, being a municipal official, when I hear the issue of co-op, it sort of sends up a red flag. I've been a municipal official off and on for 20 years. And I think while well-intended, I will be moving ought not to pass on this bill.
Okay, we have a motion of ought not to pass. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, sorry, thanks. Representative Chiazzo? Okay, further discussion on this. Representative Supika.
Thank you. I think that there's there's room here to kind of get more at the intent, especially like the intent of, a husband and wife, making it easier for them to, share like resources, like, in order to cultivate. So I think that, I think there's a way that we can get at that intent better than maybe what we have in the language before us, So I'm not just gonna support an all in all out ought not to pass.
Okay, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I kind of echo Representative Tuttle's concerns as a former municipal official. I think part of if I understand correctly, and Director Gunderson, I hopefully can speak to this as well. My understanding was that there was a compromise that was made in 2018 that would allow for the expansion of the medical market or the medical industry in conjunction with local, some local authority and local guidelines, if you will. And I don't believe that's happened yet. And so my concern is that, I'd like to see that mechanism in place first. I have nothing against the concept of co-ops, and I think it's a great opportunity, as Ms. Maheen put out, if for flexibility in terms of operations. But I can't, in all good conscience, allow, in essence, almost unrestricted or unbridled growth or extensive growth without any kind of local say. So that's why I seconded the motion, and I'll support the ought not to pass motion.
Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is one of those bills where I find myself kind of in the yin and the yang, right? Is that I co-sponsored this bill with Representative Warren because on concept, the idea of co-ops, especially with this growing industry and some of the concerns really kind of intrigued me. However, I have heard from some municipal officials echoing what Representative Tuttle and what the House Chair said as well. I do. This is where you bounce around, you do the political answer. You agree with everybody, right? And Representative Topeka, from her standpoint of there's got to be a way for that small piece to do what the original intent was. I think she's absolutely right. I just don't believe that this bill is the vehicle to get there. So it won't be the first time in my legislative time that I've co-sponsored a bill and walked through the process, and we'll be voting ought not to pass, but we'll encourage those folks that have some of these concerns that brought this forward, maybe to take another peek at it and come back with something that we can work with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you, Senator. And I think I already killed at least one of my own bills today as it goes. Representative Wood and then Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Farren, I think you took the words out of my mouth. I keep swinging back and forth on this. And I was thinking about putting a tabling motion up to see if Representative Supika could come up with an amendment to take some of that into consideration. But is it really that we just need to totally go back to the drawing board and come back with a bill a totally new bill in the future, because I do think I was going down the path of a dispensary is the answer. But if you've already got a husband and wife, and I think we see this, that already take up this space, we're not changing anything other than possibly some of the regulations around that, if there was a way to really limit it. Because I do think 30,000 square feet puts you in a whole nother ball game, but it doesn't sound like that's the intent. So saying all that, I think I'm going to vote ought not to pass, and just ask that we keep this on the drawing board and come up with a new bill that gets at what's really needed. So thank you.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to be supporting the motion of ought not to pass. I was looking over my notes from the public hearing, and when the sponsor mentioned that she put this in for Dawson Julia, I went to see what he had said at the time, and some of what he was looking at was there was difficulties for these groups to be able to get funding because the banks won't fund the marijuana producers because they are still a federally illegal substance and they're federally insured banks. However, there was the cooperatives like the credit unions that have been working with these businesses. So I wonder if maybe to Representative Sapika's concerns, if there's something we can do in another bill to try to help with some of this, which we certainly do have plenty more. So maybe we could continue to look at this and keep this as something that we're concerned with and work something out that might be able to be worked forward. But I think with the lateness of the session, I think we need to keep as few bills open as possible at this point. So I will be supporting ought not to pass on through 53.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, a lot of what Representative Kinney just said echoes what I'm thinking, but I did want to ask Representative Supika are there specifics that you're thinking of, and do you, I was thinking the same way, if there's something we can narrow down to that we could possibly put in another bill, does that fit at all with what you're thinking? Because I'm also concerned about the municipal piece very much, so I wouldn't want to go there.
I mean, I see how 30,000 square feet is large, and how, like, coming from a city council background, how that would be a lot of space in the municipality. But it was mentioned, like merging to 500 square feet, by Ms. Sheehan when she just spoke. It's like, so if we drop down the square footage and I mean, if it's really low, and if it already exists and they're just kind of trying to merge their resources, that's one thing, I don't think that's something that would have such an impact on a municipality. So I don't know where right now it seems like we're faced with drawing up that line and deciding that square footage. If it was anything large, I would want it to be, with 30,000 square feet, I would want it to be with municipal approval. But I think if it's something dropped down so it was very low, I think then that would be okay. Does that make any sense? Representative McCray, am I getting to what you're asking? Yeah.
And Representative McCray, I don't know if you're speaking right now, but I think you're muted. Okay. Oh, I couldn't tell if you were talking or waiting. I couldn't tell.
No, I was babbling away. Sorry.
I thought I saw your mouth moving.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I hear the intent is different than what might happen, but I guess I would, I mean, I just have so many questions. I have questions that Director Gunderson might want to speak to, what the downside of this would be, even if we did that. And then maybe it's something that if you were interested in working on, Representative, could be, it could come back as a possibility for a bill that we already have sitting out there to see if it would fit in somewhere.
Right.
At this point, I don't feel like it's ready for prime time.
Yeah, I find myself in the same spot as you, Representative McCray. I think if we were going to develop this further, we need to have a full partnership and discussion with municipalities to be involved, because they're very, I mean, representing a number of municipalities, I know that they're very opposed to this. But Director Gunderson, could you bring a little clarity to the to the husband-wife concept that we're hearing about?
Yeah, so a lot of what I'm hearing, what you're discussing right now, is already permitted within the program. Caregivers that live in the same household are allowed to share cultivation area and the resources in which they use to cultivate. Also, I don't remember what year it was passed, but caregivers can become assistants with each other, with unlimited assistance with each other to help with the process. But as far as the husband and wife example is concerned, two caregivers of the same household, again, are allowed to share cultivation space and those resources in order to cultivate in that more streamlined fashion. So this, anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Right. And Director, so under current law, municipalities are prohibited from regulating caregiver cultivation.
There's no local authorization in the registration process.
Right. And so I think my concern, and that of the municipalities I've spoken to, is that if we had a co-op of a bunch of caregivers, they could potentially create an industrial sized cultivation, which wouldn't be, the municipality would lose all control over that. They could have a cultivation facility prohibition already for adult use, but this would kind of loophole it for medical.
Correct. And the one, I mean, one of the main red flags was the 30,000 square foot without any local control, which is actually 10,000 square feet larger than what we allow on the adult use side at this point in time.
All right. Any other questions for Director Gunderson at this time? Okay, thank you for bringing that clarification. I think that certainly helps me with the size limitations, and just from the input from the municipalities, I will be opposing this. I think the dispensary model does provide for that multi-member business entity, and so I'll be supporting the ought not to pass. Any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. Again, the motion before us is ought not to pass, and we'll call the roll call if you're ready. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
No.
Representative Supika, no. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolliff.
No.
Representative Dolliff, no.
Karen,
Oh, Senator Farren.
sorry about that. Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Okay. I have 9 in favor of the motion, 2 opposed to the motion, and 2 members absent. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So I guess for the 2 opposed on the minority report, what is your minority report?
I'm excited. This is my first minority report that I get to. I'm always told, be prepared.
Yep.
Like,
We don't want to catch people off guard. Yeah. Representative, you're on mute.
I leaned on my space bar with my belly. I would say ought to pass as amended, but I would like to amend section F to say 5,000 square feet instead of 30,000 square feet.
Hey, Sam, does that give you enough to draft on?
I think so, and just leaving the rest as is.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and Representative Dolph?
I agree with Representative Speaker on that, so I will
Okay.
support her.
Great. Okay, so it's so 9 in favor of the ought not to pass, 2 in the ought to pass as amended, and 2 members are absent. Great, and those absent members will have until, looks like Wednesday at noon to cast their votes. Okay, I believe, Sam, that concludes the committee's work today. Do we have any other bills on the agenda that I've missed that you can catch?
If you missed them, I missed them too. No, I think we're good. Yeah.
All right, great. Well, thanks everybody for your time on this Monday morning. We'll meet again on Wednesday, I believe. So, any announcements before we adjourn? We good to go?
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Have a good one.
I have an announcement. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I want to browbeat Representative Tuttle that the Veterans Caucus is tomorrow morning, and I would hope that he would show up and be present. Thank you.
Ooh, call him.
Well, Mr. Chair, also I want to announce that the Over the Hill Caucus will be meeting in 5 minutes in the legislative parking lot, so we're all invited.
Well,
I thought that was in my parking lot while we're remote.
Chairman Kaiser, I just want to let you know also, I extended the invite to our Senate chair to the caucus representing the Senate Democratic caucus. So hopefully, I got to send you that link, don't I?
Yeah, is that tomorrow?
That is tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
I'm happy to be an honorary attendee tomorrow.
All right.
So that's honorary, Louis, honorary.
Yeah, both. Great. All right, seeing no other announcements, we will adjourn for the day. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.